To my grandmother, whose quiet strength was a forest unto itself, and whose hands, rough with the earth, always found the softest place for a story. To the elders, who understood that silence often held the loudest truths, and that the most profound wisdom could be found in the rustling of silver leaves. To the dreamers, those who walk between worlds, carrying the weight of unspoken longings and the glimmer of hidden selves. This book is for you, who find magic in the ordinary and recognize the ancient language of the woods. May you always hear the whispers, and may the sentinel trees of your inner landscapes stand as silent, unwavering guides for those moments when reality feels like a dream and dreams feel more true than anything the waking world can offer. This is for you. May you never fear the shadows, for within them often lies the most radiant light, a reflection waiting to be understood, a voice waiting to be heard, even if only in the hushed language of the soul. The silver birch stands a testament to patience, to waiting, to the slow, inevitable unfurling of what has always been hidden beneath the surface of the everyday. May its gleam illuminate your own hidden paths and guide you toward the wholeness you seek, just as it guided Mila toward the deeper currents of her own being. The forest was a cathedral of shadow and hushed secrets. Ancient pines, stoic and unyielding, formed towering buttresses that supported a canopy so dense it seemed to weave the very fabric of twilight. Here, where the sunlight fractured into ethereal beams that illuminated motes of dust dancing in the still air, stood a singular anomaly. It was a birch, a solitary sentinel in a kingdom of evergreens. Its bark, usually a warm, papery white, was here a luminous, ethereal silver, shimmering as if forged from moonlight itself. But it was the leaves that truly set it apart, a cascading torrent of pale, unblemished silver that remained constant, a defiant whisper against the predictable rhythm of the seasons, while the oaks and maples outside the wood donned cloaks of russet and gold before their winter surrender, and then lay barren and skeletal. This birch remained perpetually adorned. Its silver foliage never dulled, never fell. It was a perpetual spring, a frozen moment of an unrealized dawn, held captive by the ancient magic that saturated this secluded corner of the world. The elders, those whose lives were etched with the slow, deliberate wisdom of the northern lands, spoke of this tree in hushed, reverent tones. It was more than just a tree. It was a monument, a waypoint in the collective memory of their small village, perched on the very edge of the whispering woods. They called it the Silver Sentinel, a silent guardian whose unchanging presence held a mystery that no one had ever fully unraveled. Its silver was not merely a color, but a quality, a luminescence that seemed to emanate from within, a silent testament to a purpose that eluded mortal comprehension. They spoke of its timelessness, its unwavering vigil through countless generations, through harsh winters and brief, vibrant summers, yet it always remained the same. It was a riddle whispered on the wind, a promise of something more, a silent observer of ages that had passed and those yet to come. Its aura was one of profound stillness, of an ancient knowledge held in reserve, a secret held close within the hushed silence of the woods. Mila, however, felt a different kind of connection, one that transcended the whispered legends and the reverence of the elders. For her, the solitary birch was not just a distant landmark observed from the periphery, it was a magnet, an irresistible pull that drew her spirit, particularly when she slept. In the waking hours, Mila was a creature of quiet observation, her world a delicate tapestry woven with muted colors and hushed sounds. Her voice, when she spoke, was a fragile whisper, often lost in the rustle of daily life, easily overlooked. But in the ephemeral realm of her dreams, a different Mila emerged, a Mila whose voice, though still silent, resonated with a profound clarity. It was in these nocturnal wanderings that she navigated a world vibrant with unspoken emotions and vivid imagery, a stark contrast to the gentle, almost subdued existence she led during the day. This deep, internal yearning, a constant, almost physical ache in her chest, was an undercurrent that guided her spirit even when her physical body remained tethered to the mundane reality of her grandmother's small, hearth-warmed cottage. It was a secret longing that whispered of a destination, a place she instinctively knew held a piece of herself. The cottage, though simple, was a sanctuary for Mila. The scent of wood smoke, ever present from the cast iron stove that dominated their living space, mingled with the crushed mint her grandmother religiously kept in small terracotta pots on the windowsill. Wrapped in a quilt, its wool thick and comforting, its patterns faded from years of use and love. Mila found a grounding warmth that anchored her. The heat radiating from the stove was a tangible presence, a comforting embrace that seeped into her bones, a stark counterpoint to the spectral chill of the dream forest. This sensory richness of her home life, the feel of the rough wool against her skin, the familiar, smoky sweet aroma, the rhythmic crackle of the fire, these were the anchors that held her to the waking world. Yet, even as these familiar comforts enveloped her, her dream self felt the inexorable tug, the magnetic call of the distant, silver-leafed sentinel. It was a duality of existence, a constant negotiation between the tangible reality of the hearth and the intangible allure of the woods. The elders' voices, like the rustling of dry leaves that preceded a storm, often drifted into Mila's awareness, fragments of their hushed conversations about the silver sentinel. They spoke of its nature, not with scientific curiosity, but with a deep, intuitive understanding. They described it as a symbol of waiting, an embodiment of patience that outlasted human lifetimes. It was a silent observer, they said, a witness to the slow unfolding of time, a keeper of secrets that belonged to the earth itself. Mila, in her quiet way, absorbed these fragmented tales, not just as stories, but as threads that she wove into the rich, intricate tapestry of her subconscious. Each elder's whisper, each shared anecdote added another layer to the enigma that called to her spirit, shaping her perception of the tree's profound and unspoken significance. It was as if their collective wisdom, filtered through the porous veil of her dreaming mind, was preparing her, subtly guiding her towards an understanding that lay just beyond her waking grasp. Within the labyrinth of her dreams, the forest surrounding the birch underwent a subtle yet potent transmutation. The trees, already ancient, seemed to grow impossibly tall, their gnarled branches reaching towards a sky that was perpetually cloaked in the same twilight hues. The trunks pressed closer, their bark a canvas of shifting shadows, alive with an ancient, unspoken language. The woods deepened into an impenetrable darkness, a place where familiar paths, if they had ever existed in the dream, dissolved into an amorphous, shifting landscape. The air itself seemed to hold its breath, thick with an expectant silence, charged with an invisible energy. This amplification of mystery, this deepening of the dreamscape's enigmatic embrace, only served to intensify Mila's connection to the birch. With each recurring visitation, with each deepening of the dream's hold, the tree's allure grew stronger, pulling her further into its enigmatic core, a silent promise of revelation resonating within her very being. In the perpetual twilight of Mila's dream forest, a silent, unmoving figure perpetually lurked behind the impossibly tall trunk of the silver birch. It was a constant presence, a dark silhouette etched against the unnatural, ethereal gleam of the silver leaves. This figure, cloaked in an inscrutable stillness, seemed to observe Mila's approach with an unwavering, almost unnerving attentiveness. It was neither overtly menacing nor welcoming, but an enigmatic fixture within the dreamscape, a silent sentinel that mirrored the tree's own stoic vigil. Its presence was a part of the deepening mystery, a focal point of the dream's growing intensity, drawing Mila's attention with its unwavering, silent watch. It was a shadow cast by the light, a paradox that held her gaze and stirred a dormant curiosity within her. With each dream, a subtle yet perceptible shift occurred. Mila felt herself drawn infinitesimally closer to the silver birch and the silent figure that stood vigil beside it. The intervening distance, which had once felt vast and insurmountable, a chasm that her dream self could only observe from afar, began to shrink. The dream logic of her subconscious, fluid and untamed, manipulated space and time with a gentle, insistent hand, bringing her nearer to the heart of the wood, nearer to the tree and its silent companion. This increasing proximity, this gradual erosion of the barrier between her and the central enigma, fueled a burgeoning sense of anticipation. It was a feeling, visceral and profound, that the revelation the birch seemed to promise, the answers that the silent figure might hold, were drawing ever closer, just beyond the veil of her dreaming consciousness. Mila found herself perpetually poised on the precipice of revelation, her dream self reaching out with an instinctive yearning. She felt, with an absolute certainty that transcended the logic of dreams, that the silent figure and the ancient tree held answers to questions she had yet to fully articulate, questions that lay dormant within the deepest recesses of her psyche. The air around the birch thrummed with unspoken truths, a palpable tension that suggested a moment of profound understanding was not just possible, but imminent. It was as if the very atmosphere vibrated with the weight of latent knowledge, waiting for the right moment to unfurl. Yet, just as she felt the truth about to break through the surface, as her dream fingers brushed against the ethereal bark, the dream would begin to fray at its edges, the vibrant imagery dissolving like mist, the familiar, grounding sound of her grandmother's voice, a gentle but insistent call, invariably acted as an ethereal tether, pulling Mila back from the edge of her dream world. This recurring recall, a comforting ritual that punctuated her nocturnal journeys, jolted her awake just as she felt on the verge of an ultimate understanding. The voice, a warm anchor, a beacon in the shifting landscape of her subconscious, signaled the abrupt end of her nocturnal exploration. It left her with the lingering scent of mint and wood smoke clinging to her senses, and the persistent, vivid image of the silver birch and its silent guardian burned into her mind's eye, a tantalizing promise of unfinished business. Though the figure remained silent and unmoving, a mere shadow against the luminous backdrop of the birch, Mila sensed an unspoken connection, a resonance that transcended the mere visual. It was not a force of malice or a harbinger of dread that she felt emanating from it, but something far more complex, something that felt intrinsically tied to her own existence, like an echo of her own soul. The persistent, silent presence behind the tree suggested an unseen bond, a deep, inherent connection that was not yet understood, a reflection of something deep within herself that she had yet to fully comprehend or acknowledge in her waking life. It was as if this silent observer was a part of her, waiting patiently for her to recognize its existence. One fateful night, the dream unfolded with a subtle yet profound deviation from the established pattern. The familiar forest stood in its twilight glory. The silver birch gleamed with its ethereal luminescence, and the silent figure waited, as it always did. However, the usual gentle pull back to wakefulness, the subtle fraying of the dream's edges, was absent. The grandmother's voice, the ethereal anchor that had always reliably recalled Mila, the voice that had gently tugged her back from the precipice of revelation, was nowhere to be heard. The silence in the dream was profound, a vast, echoing void where the comforting call should have been. This absence, this abrupt departure from the established rhythm, was a clear signal, an open invitation into the deeper mystery that the dream had held at bay for so long. It was a moment pregnant with untold possibility, a threshold crossed. With the absence of the usual recall, the dream's inevitable progression carried Mila forward, her dream self propelled by an unseen current towards the heart of the enigma. The figure, no longer confined to the shadows behind the birch's impossibly tall trunk, no longer a mere silhouette against the silver light, emerged into the pale, ethereal luminescence. It moved with a deliberate, almost hesitant grace, shedding the guise of a lurking unknown. The air crackled with a new energy, a palpable shift from watchful waiting to a hesitant, unfolding revelation. The figure advanced, its movements fluid and measured, drawing Mila's gaze entirely, pulling her focus away from the whispering trees and the luminous leaves towards itself, towards the heart of the mystery. As the figure drew closer, stepping fully into the ethereal luminescence of the birch's leaves, Mila's breath caught in her throat. The features that had been so artfully obscured by shadow, so meticulously hidden in the dream's perpetual twilight, began to resolve, to coalesce into something achingly familiar, something that resonated with a deep, buried chord within her. The silent presence, this enigmatic entity that had accompanied her through countless dreams, was not an external entity, not a harbinger of external danger or an unknowable force. Instead, it was a profound, undeniable reflection of Mila herself, a part of her consciousness that had long existed in the liminal space between sleep and wakefulness, a dream embodiment of her most hidden self. The revelation was stark, a moment of blinding clarity that shattered the dream's familiar fabric. The figure was, in fact, a manifestation of Mila's own unawakened self, a dormant aspect of her spirit that had found form, a tangible presence within the ethereal canvas of the dreamscape. It was the part of her that possessed the voice she only found in dreams, the courage she hadn't yet claimed in the muted tones of her waking world. This aspect of her, this nascent self, had been waiting, just as the elders spoke of the birch, patiently waiting for the opportune moment to emerge from the shadows, to step into the light, and to integrate with her conscious being. It was the missing piece, the silent echo that had finally found its voice, albeit a silent one for now. Standing before this dream embodiment of herself, a mirror reflecting her deepest, most hidden self, Mila faced a critical juncture, a pivotal moment in her journey of self discovery. The presence before her was not an enemy to be vanquished, not a force to be feared and retreated from, but a dormant self to be understood, to be embraced, and ultimately to be integrated. The narrative reached its climax in this silent confrontation, this still point in the heart of the dream. Mila had to make a choice, to retreat, to flinch away from this profound revelation and disappear back into the familiar, comfortable oblivion of her waking world, leaving this integral part of herself forever separated, forever fractured. Or she could embrace this manifestation, reach out across the dream void, and bridge the gap between her dream and waking selves, finally awakening fully, not just from sleep, but to the totality of her own being. The air shimmered, not with fear, but with the immense potential of this unasked for, yet inevitable union. The persistent yearning was not a fleeting emotion, but a constant hum beneath the surface of Mila's days, a quiet ache that settled deep within her bones. It was a sensation that manifested in the subtle ways she navigated her world. While other children chase butterflies in the sun dappled meadows or engaged in boisterous games in the village square, Mila would often find herself drawn to the edges of things. She'd linger by the ancient stone walls, tracing the moss covered crevices with a fingertip, or perch on the edge of the riverbank, watching the water carve its unhurried path, her gaze lost in its flow. These moments of quiet contemplation were not born of shyness, but of an inner compass that perpetually pointed towards a destination unseen, unheard, but deeply felt. Her quietness was a canvas upon which the vibrant hues of her dreams were painted, a muted palette that allowed the brilliance of her inner world to shine all the brighter. The elders, in their wisdom, often observed Mila. They saw the stillness in her, the way her eyes seemed to hold a depth that belied her tender years, the way she listened to the wind as if it were sharing ancient secrets. They would speak of the forest, of its breath and its heart, and though they addressed the gathering, their words often seemed to be directed at Mila, as if they sensed the unspoken dialogue between her and the woods. The trees, old man hemlock, his voice like the creak of ancient timbers, would say, his gnarled fingers weaving tales in the air. They remember everything. They hold the echoes of seasons past, the sighs of forgotten winds, the tears of ancient rains. Mila would absorb these pronouncements, not just as folklore, but as fragments of a language she was slowly beginning to understand, a language spoken in the rustling of leaves and the sighing of the boughs. Her grandmother, Ilara, a woman whose hands were as weathered as the bark of the sentinel tree, and whose eyes held the quiet resilience of the northern spirit, understood Mila's nature in a way no one else could. Ilara did not chide Mila for her quietude, nor did she try to coax her into a more outward expression of self. Instead, she provided the sturdy foundation upon which Mila's dreams could flourish. She ensured the hearth was always warm, the stew was always hearty, and the quilt, a patchwork of faded colors and cherished memories, was always within reach. There are many ways to hear the world, little bird, Ilara would murmur, her voice a soft melody against the crackling fire, as she mended a torn seam on Mila's dress. Some hear with their ears, others with their hearts. Yours, I think, hears with a different kind of knowing. Mila's waking life, therefore, was a delicate dance between the tangible comfort of her home and the intangible pull of the woods. She would help Ilara tend the small garden behind their cottage, her fingers, so adept at weaving dream tapestries, now carefully coaxing young shoots from the earth. She'd gather fallen branches for firewood, her small frame sturdy with a quiet strength. Yet, even as she performed these mundane tasks, her mind would drift, her gaze snagging on the distant, darker line of the whispering woods. It was as if a thread, spun from moonlight, and forest dew connected her very being to that silent silver sentinel. The forest was not merely a place, it was a presence, an unspoken promise that whispered through the very air she breathed. The elders' tales were not merely stories to Mila, they were navigational charts for her subconscious. When they spoke of the sentinel's unchanging nature, its perpetual silver foliage, a defiance against the turning of seasons, Mila felt a deep resonance. It mirrored, in a way, the unyielding core of her own yearning, the part of her that remained constant and true, even when the external world seemed to shift and fade. They said the tree was a symbol of waiting, of patience. Mila, in her quiet observation, began to understand this waiting not as passive inactivity, but as an active state of readiness, a deep, inherent knowledge that something significant was held within that stillness. It was the patience of a seed before it sprouts, the anticipation of a dawn before the first ray of sun breaks the horizon. Her connection to the sentinel was not intellectual, it was visceral. It was the phantom touch of cool silver leaves against her skin when the summer sun beat down, the imagined scent of an alien dew that perfumed the air around it. These sensations, vivid and persistent, would often surface at unexpected moments, a silent testament to the unwavering strength of her inner longing. She would find herself pausing mid-task, a half-knitted scarf lying forgotten in her lap, her gaze fixed on a point beyond the window, a point that only she could see, a point that pulsed with the silent rhythm of the sentinel. The world of waking senses, so real and grounding for others, often felt like a pale imitation of the vibrant reality that awaited her when her eyes were closed. The dreams, though always leading her to the sentinel, were not static. They evolved, each iteration a subtle deepening of the mystery, a further refinement of the beckoning presence. The forest itself seemed to respond to her unwavering focus, its shadows becoming more profound, its ancient trees more imposing. The path, if one could call it that, grew more defined in her dream consciousness, each step taken on moss that seemed to whisper underfoot, each rustle of unseen creatures, a confirmation that she was moving deeper into its heart. The air grew cooler, carrying with it the subtle, almost imperceptible scent of silver, not of metal, but of something more ethereal, a fragrance that was both ancient and new. She learned to navigate the dream forest with an instinctive grace. The fear that might have gripped another, lost in such an alien landscape, was absent in Mila. Her yearning acted as a shield, her singular focus a guide. She moved through the dream forest, not as an intruder, but as a pilgrim, drawn by an undeniable sense of homecoming. The silver birch, the sentinel, remained her ultimate destination, its luminescence a beacon in the perpetual twilight, a silent promise of answers to questions that she didn't yet know how to ask. The longing was the fuel, and the sentinel was the fire, and her spirit was the dance between them. It was a yearning that permeated every aspect of her existence, shaping her perception of the world and her place within it. The dream logic was a powerful force, bending reality to its will with an effortless fluidity. Mila found herself consistently drawn closer to the heart of the woods, the sentinel growing larger in her dream vision, its silver leaves shimmering with an ever increasing intensity. The distance, which had once felt vast and perhaps insurmountable, was gradually being eroded, not by any conscious effort on her part, but by the inexorable flow of the dream itself. It was as if the forest, in its silent wisdom, was preparing the way for her, clearing the path, drawing her inexorably towards the core of its mystery. Each dream brought her closer, shrinking the space between her and the luminous heart of the wood. This increasing proximity was not just spatial, it was also emotional and spiritual. As the sentinel drew nearer in her dreams, so too did the sense of anticipation within Mila grow. It was a feeling that vibrated through her very core, a premonition of something profound, something that was on the cusp of revelation. The air around the tree seemed to hum with unspoken knowledge, charged with a palpable energy that suggested the imminent unfolding of a deeply held secret. It was a tension that was both exhilarating and a little daunting, a feeling of standing on the very precipice of a truth that had been waiting eons to be unveiled. This anticipation was a silent echo of her deepest desires, the unspoken hope that the sentinel held the key to understanding herself, to finally finding the place where her muted waking self and her vibrant dream self could finally align. In the deepening twilight of her dreams, a silent figure had begun to coalesce at the base of the sentinel. At first, it was little more than a shadow, a darker silhouette against the luminous backdrop of the silver leaves. But with each subsequent dream, the figure gained definition, its form becoming more distinct, its presence more pronounced. It was a constant fixture, a silent observer that mirrored the sentinel's own stoic vigil. Mila felt an instinctive, almost primal, connection to this shadowy form, a sense of familiarity that transcended the mere visual. It was neither threatening nor welcoming, but an enigmatic entity that held her gaze, drawing her attention with an unwavering silent watch. It was as if this silent figure was a part of the sentinel's mystery, an extension of its enduring enigma. The elders' hushed pronouncements about the sentinel's guardianship had always resonated deeply with Mila. They spoke of it as a keeper of forgotten lore, a silent sentinel that watched over the hidden heart of the wood. Mila, in her quiet way, had always felt a sense of being watched herself, not in a way that caused alarm, but in a way that felt acknowledging, as if the very air of the forest held a gentle, all encompassing awareness of her presence. This feeling intensified as her dreams grew more vivid, the sentinel and its silent companion becoming the focal point of her nocturnal explorations. The forest seemed to breathe with an expectant hush, a silent anticipation that mirrored the burgeoning feelings within Mila herself. She felt on the precipice of a profound encounter, a moment where the veil between her dream world and some deeper, unacknowledged reality would finally be lifted. The cumulative effect of these recurring dreams, this unwavering focus on the sentinel, was to etch the image of the silver birch so deeply into Mila's consciousness that it began to bleed into her waking hours. She would catch glimpses of silver light where no silver light should be, the phantom rustle of leaves in the still air of her cottage. These sensory intrusions were not unsettling, rather, they were affirmations, reminders of the potent reality that existed beyond the mundane. They were whispers from her dream self, urging her onward, reinforcing the undeniable truth that her true connection lay within the whispering woods, with the silent silver sentinel. The longing, once a quiet hum, had become a persistent, almost tangible ache, a constant call to a destiny that felt both inevitable and profoundly personal. Her grandmother, Ilara, with her keen intuition, noticed the subtle changes in Mila. She saw the faraway look in her eyes more often, the way Mila would sometimes stand motionless, lost in a world unseen by others. Ilara didn't pry, but she would often place a warm hand on Mila's shoulder, a silent gesture of understanding and support. The world speaks to us in many tongues, little bird, she'd say, her voice soft. Some understand the shouting, others the whispers. It is good to learn the language of whispers. Mila would simply nod, her heart feeling a profound gratitude for her grandmother's quiet wisdom, a wisdom that allowed her to explore the depths of her own being without judgment. Mila's yearning was a testament to the parts of ourselves that remain untouched by the external world, the hidden springs of our desires that flow independently of societal expectation or the immediate demands of reality. It was a yearning for a deeper truth, a more authentic expression of self that had found its focal point in the enigmatic silver sentinel. The tree, with its perpetual silver bloom and its silent vigil, was more than just a landmark. It was a reflection, a mirror to the unspoken aspects of Mila's own soul. The woods, in their ancient, hushed majesty, provided the sacred space where this reflection could be studied, where the hidden landscapes of the heart could be explored. And Mila, in her quiet determination, was ready to finally step further into that sacred space, to finally begin to understand the silent language of her own deep, unspoken desires. The world was waiting for her to awaken, not just from sleep, but to the full breadth of her own being, a journey that the silver sentinel seemed poised to guide her through. The comforting weight of the quilt settled over Mila, a familiar embrace woven with threads of memory, and the faint, enduring scent of wood smoke and crushed mint. Beside her, the cast iron stove hummed a low, contented tune, its belly glowing with a warmth that radiated outwards, a steady heartbeat against the encroaching chill of the evening. This was the hearth of her home, a sanctuary of tangible realities. The patchwork quilt, a tapestry of faded blues, greens, and ochres, was more than just a covering. It was a tactile chronicle of her life. Each square held a story, a whispered memory of a shared moment, a forgotten season, a distant relative. Running her fingers over the worn fabric, Mila traced the faint imprint of her grandmother Ilara's stitches, each one a testament to a love that was as steadfast and enduring as the sentinel tree itself. The mint, crushed inadvertently between the folds during its last airing, released a subtle, invigorating perfume that mingled with the comforting aroma of burning oak, creating an olfactory symphony that was uniquely hers, uniquely home. Even as the dream world beckoned, pulling her towards the ethereal shimmer of the silver-leafed sentinel, this grounding presence of home provided a crucial anchor. It was a duality of existence that Mila navigated with an unconscious grace. Her waking hours were a careful balance, a constant negotiation between the spectral allure of the whispering woods and the undeniable, comforting reality of her cottage. The scent of the wood smoke clinging to her clothes, the rough texture of the wool blanket against her skin, the gentle creak of the floorboards as Ilara moved about. These were the constants, the anchors that tethered her to this world, even as her spirit yearned for another. Ilara, her movements economical and imbued with a lifetime of knowing the rhythms of their small home, tended to the embers in the stove. She added another log, the flames leaping upwards with a cheerful hiss, casting dancing shadows on the whitewashed walls. Her presence was a quiet reassurance, a living embodiment of the warmth that permeated their lives. She never questioned Mila's quietude, her faraway gazes, or the way her eyes often seemed to follow unseen paths through the air. Instead, Alara provided the unspoken support, the unwavering foundation upon which Mila's unique world was built. The wind has a song for every soul, little bird, Ilara said, her voice a soft murmur that blended with the crackling fire. She was mending a loose thread on Mila's worn tunic, her needle dancing with practiced ease. Some hear a gale, some a gentle breeze. You, my dear, have always been one to listen to the melody, the one that carries the secrets others miss. Mila leaned her head against her grandmother's arm, the rough-spun fabric of her tunic a familiar comfort. She didn't need to explain the dreams, the pull of the woods, or the silent beckoning of the sentinel. Elara understood. She understood the language of whispers, the profound truths found in stillness, the undeniable calling of a destiny that lay beyond the ordinary. This understanding was a gift, a silent acknowledgement of the unseen currents that guided Mila's young life. It was this understanding that allowed Mila to embrace both the tangible warmth of her home and the intangible allure of the dream forest, to exist in both worlds without feeling fractured or lost. The cottage itself seemed to exhale a sense of belonging. The worn wooden beams overhead, darkened by decades of smoke and lamplight, bore the silent witness to generations of lives lived within these walls. Every scuff on the floor, every faded patch on the walls was a testament to the passage of time, a gentle reminder of continuity. The small window, misted with the evening's breath, offered a glimpse of the darkening sky, a sky that, in Mila's dreams, was a perpetual twilight, painted with the silver hues of the sentinel. Even here, surrounded by the familiar, the echo of the woods was present, a subtle dissonance that only Mila could perceive. She remembered the day Alara had given her the quilt. It had been a cold, bleak winter, and Mila had been feverish, her dreams filled with chilling winds and the emptiness of a world without warmth. Ilara, her face etched with concern, had brought forth the old quilt, its colors muted, but its warmth undimmed. "This was your mother's," she'd said softly, draping it over Mila. She loved the patterns, the way each square told a different tale, and she loved the mint I used to press between the folds for its freshness, its spirit. Take its warmth, Mila. Let it remind you that even in the deepest night, there's always a light to find, a memory to hold. Now, years later, the quilt was more than a memory. It was a living connection, a physical manifestation of her mother's presence and Ilara's enduring love. The mint, though long dried, still held a phantom scent, a whisper of summer gardens and sun-drenched days. It was this tapestry of sensory impressions, the warmth of the stove, the texture of the quilt, the faint perfume of mint and smoke, that provided Mila with a sanctuary, a place where she could gather her strength, where she could process the potent imagery of her dreams without being overwhelmed. The contrast was stark, almost theatrical. In her dreams, the air was cool and crisp, carrying the faint, metallic tang of silvers. The light, perpetual twilight, emanated from the sentinel itself, a luminous beacon that drew her deeper into the ancient stillness of the woods. There were no hearths there, no comforting crackle of fire, only the silent, ever-present rustle of leaves that seemed to whisper secrets she was yet to decipher. Yet, it was in this spectral realm that Mila felt most truly herself, most alive. The sentinel was a focal point, a silent conductor of an orchestra of longing that resonated deep within her soul. But home was the prelude, the necessary calm before the inevitable immersion. It was the space where her inner world could be nurtured and sustained. While the elders spoke of the sentinel as a creature of the wild, a guardian of untamed mysteries, Mila experienced it as a promise, a destination that, in some profound way, was intrinsically linked to her own burgeoning identity. The woods were vast, untamed, and filled with an ancient, potent energy. Her home, conversely, was small, contained, and saturated with a quiet, human warmth. Yet, the silver thread connecting the two was undeniable, a luminous pathway visible only to her. She would often sit by the window, her breath misting the glass, her gaze fixed on the distant line of trees that marked the forest's edge. Even from this distance, she could feel its presence, a low thrumming beneath the surface of her awareness. The stories the elders told, tales of the sentinel's ancient origins and its silent vigil, were not mere folklore to Mila. They were pieces of a larger narrative, fragments of a truth that she felt compelled to uncover. They spoke of its silver leaves, perpetually unfurled, a defiance against the cyclical nature of the world. a symbol of eternal presence. This enduring quality, this unwavering constancy, resonated deeply with Mila's own persistent yearning, a desire that felt as ancient and as deeply rooted as the sentinel itself. Her grandmother, Ilara, understood this intrinsic connection. She saw the way Mila's eyes would sometimes light up with an otherworldly luminescence, the way she would respond to unheard stimuli, her face a mask of rapt attention. Ilara attributed it to a deeper sensitivity, a more profound way of sensing the world's subtle energies. Some spirits are like rivers, Mila, she'd say, her hands busy with the endless tasks of maintaining their simple life. They flow openly, their currents visible for all to see. Others are like hidden springs, their waters deep and pure, surfacing only when the land calls for them. You, child, are a hidden spring. This duality, this inherent connection to both the seen and the unseen, was the essence of Mila's existence. The warmth of the stove was not just a physical sensation, it was a metaphor for the unconditional love that nurtured her spirit. The quilt was not just fabric, it was a repository of cherished memories, a constant reminder of her lineage and her belonging. These tangible comforts were the bedrock upon which her extraordinary inner life was built. Without them, the pull of the whispering woods, the enigmatic allure of the silver sentinel might have become too overwhelming, too alien. As the evening deepened, the sounds of the village outside, the distant bark of a dog, the murmur of voices from a neighboring cottage, faded into the comforting hum of their own home. Mila closed her eyes. The image of the sentinel, its silver leaves shimmering in the dream dawn, still vivid behind her eyelids. But now the image was layered with the comforting reality of the quilt's warmth, the steady pulse of the stove's heat, and the quiet, knowing presence of her grandmother. She was a child of two worlds, the hearth and the heartwood, the tangible and the spectral. And in the quiet sanctuary of her home, cradled by its familiar comforts, she was learning to bridge the distance between them, to understand the silent language that connected the whisper of the wind in the eaves to the rustle of silver leaves in a land of perpetual twilight. The silver glow, which in her dreams painted the edges of her vision with an ethereal luminescence, was now a subtle hint of reflected moonlight on the frosted panes of the cottage window. It was a gentle echo, a reminder that the world beyond their warm, familiar walls held a magic that was both distant and intimately hers. The frost, like intricate lace, formed patterns on the glass, each swirl and crystalline branch a miniature testament to nature's artistry. Mila traced a single, delicate frond with her finger, the cold seeping through the glass, a stark contrast to the radiating warmth emanating from the cast iron stove. This sensory dichotomy was becoming increasingly familiar, a constant interplay between the life she lived and the life that called to her. The aroma of simmering stew, rich with herbs gathered from their small garden, and the hearty scent of slow-cooked root vegetables filled the air. Ilara had set the table, her movements imbued with a quiet grace. The worn wooden table set with simple, sturdy pottery. The very air in the cottage seemed to hold a quality of stillness, a pocket of peace carved out from the world. It was here, in the heart of this domestic tranquility, that Mila felt the deepest sense of security. The tangible reality of the worn wooden spoon, the comforting weight of the ceramic bowl, the familiar pattern of the table runner woven by her mother's hands. These were the touchstones of her grounded existence. Yet, even as she savored the simple elegance of her home, her mind drifted, drawn by an invisible current. The stew, for all its comforting aroma, could not quite mask the phantom scent of the silver dew she imagined clinging to the leaves of the sentinel. The hearth's warmth, while deeply soothing, was a pale imitation of the luminous, otherworldly glow that pulsed from the heart of the dream forest. It was not a dissatisfaction with her home, but a recognition of a deeper calling, a resonance that vibrated on a frequency higher than the everyday. Ilara observed her granddaughter with a knowing gaze, her eyes, the color of aged amber, holding a depth of understanding that transcended words. She saw the quiet intensity in Mila's posture, the subtle tension in her shoulders that spoke of a world beyond their shared reality. Ilara had learned long ago that some souls were destined to carry the weight of unseen landscapes, to navigate paths etched in starlight and shadow. Her role was not to pull Mila back, but to ensure that the bridge between her two worlds was always strong, always warm. That quilt, Ilara said, gesturing towards the comforting folds draped over Mila's lap, holds more than just thread and warmth, child. It holds the echoes of laughter, the quiet comfort of whispered secrets, the strength of resilience. It's a reminder that even when the winds blow fiercely, the roots of a home run deep. She paused, her gaze sweeping over the simple, lovingly tended interior of their cottage. This place, Mila, it is our grounding. It is the soil from which your dreams can grow, strong and true. Mila nodded, a faint smile touching her lips. She understood. The sentinel was a beacon, a destination, but her home was the port, the place of rest and replenishment. It was the vessel that carried her safely through the sometimes turbulent seas of her inner journey. The duality was not a conflict, but a symphony, each element playing its vital part. The tangible reality of her home provided the contrast, the depth, the grounding that made the spectral beauty of the woods so much more vivid, so much more profound. She recalled her mother's hands, slender and nimble, weaving the intricate patterns of the table runner. Her mother, too, had possessed a quiet wisdom, a way of seeing the hidden magic in everyday things. Ilara had often told her stories of Mila's mother, of her gentle spirit, and her uncanny connection to the natural world. It was as if a part of her mother lived on, not just in memory, but in the very fabric of their home, in the enduring strength of Alara's love, and in Mila's own awakening sensitivities. The crackling of the fire, the rhythmic ticking of the grandfather clock in the corner, the soft sigh of the wind against the eaves. These were the sounds of her home, the gentle lullaby of her waking life. They were the antithesis of the profound silence that reigned in the dream forest, a silence that was punctuated only by the spectral rustling of silver leaves. But this contrast was not jarring, it was harmonious. It was the ebb and flow of a life lived fully, a life that embraced both the known and the unknown. The yearning for the sentinel was a constant hum beneath the surface, a low thrum that never truly faded. But now it was tempered by the comforting embrace of her home. It was the anticipation of a journey, not a desperate flight from reality. The warmth of the stove was a promise of return, a beacon in the coming darkness, a reassurance that no matter how far her dreams carried her, there was always a place of refuge, a place of belonging. This understanding brought a new layer of peace to her days, a quiet confidence that allowed her to explore the depths of her own longing without fear. Ilara placed a bowl of stew before Mila, the steam rising in a fragrant cloud. Eat, child, she said softly. Nourish your body so that your spirit can continue its journey unfettered. Mila looked at her grandmother, her heart filled with a gratitude that words could not fully express. In this simple act, in the quiet warmth of their shared meal, lay the profound truth of home, a place not just of shelter, but of sanctuary, a place that nurtured the deepest, most essential parts of the self, preparing it for whatever mysteries lay ahead, even in the whispering woods, under the silent gaze of a silver sentinel. The resilience of the home, its capacity to absorb and transform, mirrored the resilience within Mila herself, allowing her to hold both the comfort of the known and the allure of the unknown within the same beating heart. The hushed conversations of the village elders, their voices like the rustling of dry leaves, often touched upon the nature of the silver birch that stood sentinel at the edge of the whispering woods. For Mila, these were not mere anecdotes shared on slow evenings, but fragments of a larger, unfolding narrative that resonated deep within her. She absorbed these fragmented tales, each whisper adding another layer to the enigma that called to her spirit, shaping her perception of the tree's profound significance. They spoke of the sentinel not with fear, but with a reverence born of deep understanding, attributing to it qualities that transcended the material world. Elder Maeve, her fingers gnarled like ancient roots, would often begin her pronouncements with a sigh, a sound that seemed to carry the weight of accumulated years. The silver birch, she'd murmur, her eyes fixed on some distant point beyond the cottage walls, is a monument to patience. It does not rush the seasons, nor does it bow to the storms. It simply endures, its silver bark a testament to its quiet strength. Mila would listen intently, picturing the tree in her mind's eye, its silvery sheen a constant shimmer in the periphery of her dreams. Maeve's words painted the sentinel as a symbol of waiting, a testament to the power of stillness in a world that constantly urged for motion. It wasn't just a tree, it was an embodiment of a virtue that Mila found increasingly elusive in her own young life, a life that felt perpetually on the cusp of something, yet always held in a delicate balance. Old Silas, his voice raspy with the years spent breathing the forest's breath, offered a different perspective, yet one that harmonized with Maeve's. He spoke of the sentinel as a silent observer, a keeper of secrets, whispered by the wind and etched into its very bark. It has seen empires rise and fall, Silas would croak, his gaze sharp and knowing, heard the cries of joy and sorrow echo through these woods for centuries. It is a living chronicle, a silent witness to the turning of ages. Mila felt a kinship with this aspect of the sentinel, its role as a recorder of time. She, too, felt the weight of past moments, the phantom sensations of events that had transpired long before her birth, echoing in the quiet corners of her mind. The sentinel, in Silas's telling, was a repository of memory, a cosmic archive whose pages turned with the gentle rustle of its silver leaves. The elders' accounts were often laced with a subtle magic, a sense that the sentinel was more than just wood and leaf. They spoke of its silver hue not as a natural phenomenon, but as a light drawn from the moon itself, a luminescence that pulsed with an inner life. It is said, Elder Thorn, a man whose beard was as white as the winter frost, once confided in a low conspiratorial tone that when the moon is fullest, the sentinel drinks its light, and its leaves aglow with a power that can stir the very earth. This image captivated Mila. The idea of a tree drawing sustenance from celestial bodies, of its very essence being infused with moonlight, felt intrinsically aligned with the ethereal glow that permeated her dreams. It suggested a connection to forces far beyond the mundane, a whisper of cosmic significance that mirrored the deep, inexplicable pull she felt towards the woods. These narratives, woven into the fabric of village lore, provided a context for Mila's own experiences. When she dreamt of the sentinel, it was not merely a fantastical vision, it was a visitation, a meeting with an entity that the elders had recognized and spoken of for generations. Their words gave shape to the formless longing that stirred within her, transforming it from a vague yearning into a tangible quest. The sentinel, in their tales, was a beacon, a point of convergence for the energies of the land and the spirits that inhabited it. It was a place of immense power, and perhaps a place of destiny. There was a particular story, recounted by Alara herself on many a quiet afternoon, that solidified the sentinel's place in Mila's understanding. It spoke of a time of great hardship, when a blight had threatened to consume the village's crops, leaving them on the brink of starvation. Despair had settled over the community like a shroud. It was then, Ilara would explain, her voice hushed with awe, that the elders of that generation had turned to the sentinel. They had gone to its base, offered their prayers and their pleas, and waited. For days, nothing seemed to happen. The sentinel stood as it always had, silent and impassive. But on the third dawn, a faint silver mist had begun to rise from the ground around its roots, a mist that, when it settled upon the blighted fields, seemed to imbue them with a revitalizing force. The crops, against all odds, had recovered. The village had been saved. The sentinel, Ilara would conclude, her eyes reflecting the firelight, is not a giver of boons, child. It is a facilitator. It amplifies the prayers offered with true hearts, and it reflects the resilience of nature itself. Its patience allowed the land to heal, and its enduring presence reminded the people of their own strength. This story was more than just a legend. It was a profound lesson in interconnectedness, a demonstration of how the spiritual and the material were inextricably linked, with the sentinel acting as a conduit between them. Mila understood that the sentinel's strength lay not in direct intervention, but in its unwavering presence, its ability to anchor and inspire. The elders' discussions often circled back to the question of why the sentinel was unique, why it commanded such respect and awe. They spoke of its silver leaves, which never seemed to shed, remaining perpetually unfurled, a defiance against the cyclical nature of the world. This eternal verdancy was seen as a symbol of unwavering spirit, a constant reminder that even in the face of decay and change, there could be an enduring core of life. It is the heartwood of the forest, Elder Maeve once declared, her voice ringing with conviction, the very soul of this place, distilled into a single, magnificent form. Mila found herself drawn to this aspect of the Sentinel's legend, the idea of something perpetually vibrant, untouched by the weariness of time, resonated with a deep-seated longing within her. She felt, in her own way, a resistance to the inevitable march of time, a desire to hold on to the purity of her dream world, to prevent it from fading or being corrupted by the passage of days. The sentinel's eternal leaves were a promise of such preservation, a tangible representation of a spirit that remained untouched. The folklore surrounding the sentinel was rich with tales of its ability to communicate, not through words, but through subtle shifts in the wind, through the rustling of its leaves, through the very quality of the light that filtered through its branches. Mila, attuned to these nuances, felt as though she could almost decipher these silent messages. The gentle sighing of the breeze through the leaves, a sound that was both melancholic and comforting, seemed to carry a wisdom that transcended human language. It was a language of seasons, of growth, of the slow, inexorable rhythms of the earth. She would spend hours by the window, her gaze fixed on the distant tree line, trying to attune her senses to the subtle whispers that emanated from the woods. The elders' stories provided a vocabulary for these whispers, a framework through which to interpret the unseen currents that pulsed through the landscape. They spoke of the sentinel as a guardian, a silent protector of the balance between the human world and the wild, a keeper of boundaries that were often blurred by the passage of time and the forgetfulness of humanity. The elders also hinted at a deeper, more personal connection between the sentinel and certain individuals, those who possessed a certain sensitivity, a predisposition to perceive the world beyond its immediate manifestations. They spoke of a silver thread that bound such souls to the sentinel, a luminous connection that drew them towards it and through it towards a deeper understanding of themselves and the world around them. Mila felt this thread, a subtle but persistent tug, a luminous pathway woven through the tapestry of her existence, leading her inevitably towards the whispering woods and the silent silver heart of their ancient guardian. The elders' hushed conversations, therefore, were not just tales of a remarkable tree, they were fragmented maps guiding her towards a destiny that was as ancient and as mysterious as the sentinel itself. They were the echoes of a wisdom passed down through generations, a wisdom that now spoke directly to the deepest chambers of her soul, urging her to listen, to learn, and ultimately to answer the call. The dreamscape deepened with an unsettling yet compelling familiarity. Mila found herself standing at the threshold of the whispering woods, but this was no longer the familiar, sun-dappled edge she knew from her waking hours. Here, the trees seemed to stretch towards an unseen sky, their ancient bark a canvas of swirling shadows that writhed and shifted as if alive. The air grew heavy, not with the scent of damp earth and pine, but with an almost palpable stillness, a silence so profound it felt like a held breath. The familiar paths that usually beckoned her, winding through moss-covered stones and beneath the arching boughs, had dissolved. In their place was an impenetrable darkness, a velvety blackness that promised both oblivion and revelation. Each step she took into this transformed forest was a step further from the known world, a descent into a labyrinth of her own subconscious, expertly orchestrated by the omnipresent influence of the silver sentinel. The woods pressed in, the trees clustering closer, their gnarled branches interlocking overhead, creating a canopy so dense that no moonlight, no starlight could penetrate its depths. It was as if the forest itself had become a single, monolithic entity, a living embodiment of secrecy. The shadows were not merely the absence of light, they were tangible presences, shape-shifting forms that flickered at the edges of her vision, hinting at watchful eyes and unseen movements. The silence amplified the rustling of her own dream footsteps, the faint whisper of her breath, making them seem deafening in the oppressive quiet. Mila's connection to the sentinel, already a vibrant thread in her waking thoughts, now pulsed with an almost unbearable intensity. It was as if the tree had extended its roots not just into the earth, but into the very fabric of her dreams, drawing her deeper into its enigmatic embrace. She felt a magnetic pull, a silent beckoning that emanated from the heart of this shadowy expanse, urging her onward. This was not the gentle invitation of the waking world, but a primal summons, a call to explore the uncharted territories of her own psyche, a journey guided by the silent, silver sentinel of the woods. The trees themselves seemed to communicate in this altered reality, their bark in the waking world a smooth, silvery white, now rippled with patterns that resembled ancient runes or forgotten celestial charts. They twisted and coiled, forming archways that led to deeper mysteries, doorways into realms of pure sensation. Mila reached out, her fingers brushing against the cool, textured surface of one such trunk. It felt impossibly old, imbued with the memories of countless seasons, of storms weathered and dawns witnessed. The bark seemed to hum beneath her touch, a low vibration that resonated through her bones, a wordless song of endurance and ancient knowledge. As she ventured deeper, the very ground beneath her feet began to change. The soft moss and fallen leaves gave way to a yielding surface that felt like compacted stardust, shimmering faintly with an inner luminescence. The air grew cooler, carrying a scent that was both ethereal and earthy, a blend of night blooming jasmine and the sharp tang of ozone. It was the scent of transformation, of thresholds being crossed. The darkness was not absolute. It was shot through with veins of phosphorescent light, a soft, ethereal glow that emanated from strange, luminous fungi clinging to the roots of trees, and from flowers that bloomed with petals of pure moonlight, their fragrance intoxicating and disorienting. The silence, which had initially felt oppressive, now began to reveal its subtler textures. It was punctuated by sounds that were almost imperceptible: the faint chime of unseen bells, the distant murmur of water flowing underground, the soft sigh of a breeze that seemed to whisper secrets only she could hear. These sounds were not startling. They were woven into the fabric of the dream, integral to its unfolding mystery. They were the voices of the deeper woods, the echoes of its ancient consciousness. Mila's own awareness seemed to expand in this dreamscape, her senses sharpened, picking up nuances that would be lost in the clamor of the waking world. She could feel the subtle shifts in the dream air, the currents of energy that flowed between the trees, the silent conversations that passed between the roots beneath the earth. It was as if a veil had been lifted, revealing a hidden layer of reality, a world of subtle connections and invisible forces. The sentinel, though unseen in this deepening darkness, remained the undeniable focal point of her journey. She felt its presence like a lighthouse in the mist, a beacon of silver light piercing the encroaching gloom. It was the anchor that kept her tethered to this dream, the promise of understanding that drew her forward through the disorienting maze of shadows. The elders' tales of the sentinel's moon-drawn luminescence echoed in her mind, and she imagined its silver leaves, even now, gathering and amplifying that celestial light, casting its silent radiance into the deepest heart of the woods. She found herself navigating by an internal compass, a sense of direction that was not guided by sight, but by an innate understanding of where she needed to go. The dream was not a passive experience. It was an active exploration, a dialogue between her own seeking spirit and the dream forest's profound allure. The impossibly tall trees, their shadows deepening into an impenetrable darkness, were not obstacles, but rather silent guides, their very presence defining the pathways of her journey. The woods seemed to breathe around her, the shadows expanding and contracting like a slow, rhythmic inhalation and exhalation. There were moments when the darkness felt absolute, a void that threatened to swallow her whole. In those moments, the memory of the sentinel's silver sheen, the elder's hushed reverence, would surge within her, a quiet force that pushed back the encroaching despair. She knew, with a certainty that transcended logic, that she was moving towards something significant, something that held the key to the whispers that had haunted her dreams for so long. The further she traveled, the more the dream began to mirror her own inner landscape. The dissolving paths represented her uncertainty, the unmapped territory of her own potential. The deepening darkness was the unacknowledged fears and mysteries within her own heart, the parts of herself that remained shrouded and unexplored. And at the center of it all, the unwavering, silver presence of the sentinel was the core of her being, the unwavering truth that she sought to connect with. She encountered strange flora in this dream forest, plants that pulsed with a soft inner light, their forms unlike anything she had ever seen. Flowers bloomed with petals of shimmering iridescence, emitting a faint, melodic hum. Vines, thick as her arm, coiled around the ancient trees, their leaves veined with threads of silver that seemed to echo the sentinel's own hue. The very air was alive with subtle energies, a network of connections that bound the luminous plants, the ancient trees, and her own dreaming consciousness together. The feeling of being watched was no longer a source of unease, but of a strange comfort. She sensed not malevolent eyes, but the gentle awareness of the forest itself, an ancient, sentient presence that observed her passage with quiet curiosity. It was as if the woods had opened their heart to her, revealing their deepest secrets only to her, a testament to the invisible thread that bound her to the silver sentinel. There were moments when the dream felt so real, so visceral, that the boundary between waking and dreaming blurred. She could almost feel the cool, damp air on her skin, the texture of the dream earth beneath her bare feet, the faint tremor of the forest's ancient heart. The overwhelming sense of mystery was not frightening. It was exhilarating, a potent invitation to shed the constraints of the ordinary and embrace the extraordinary. The journey through the deepening woods was a metaphorical descent, a peeling back of layers to reach the core. Each step was a testament to the growing strength of her connection to the sentinel, a testament to the undeniable pull it exerted upon her spirit. The dream was not merely a vision, it was an initiation, a profound communion with the ancient, sentient heart of the whispering woods, orchestrated by the silent, silver sentinel that stood at its threshold, an eternal witness to the unfolding mystery. The darkness, rather than obscuring, served to sharpen her focus, to concentrate the essence of her experience, ensuring that every subtle shift, every hidden sound, every fleeting glimpse of light was imprinted upon her consciousness with unwavering clarity, drawing her ever closer to the heart of the enigma that was the silver sentinel. The silver birch stood sentinel, its impossible height piercing the perpetual twilight of Mila's dream forest. Its leaves, an unnatural gleam of moonlight, caught in arboreal form, cast long, wavering shadows that danced with a life of their own. But it was not the luminous bark or the ethereal foliage that drew Mila's gaze, nor the palpable stillness that permeated the air. It was the shadow, a figure defined by its absence of definition, perpetually lurking behind the colossal trunk. It was a silhouette etched against the unnatural gleam, a dark void against a backdrop of silvered light, and it observed Mila's hesitant approach with an unsettling, profound stillness. This was not a sudden apparition, but a constant fixture, woven into the very fabric of this dreamscape. It had always been there, a silent question mark at the periphery of her awareness. Its form was indistinct, a smudged charcoal drawing against the luminous bark, hinting at a human shape, but defying precise recognition. It possessed no discernible features, no welcoming smile or menacing frown, only an unwavering, silent vigil. This enigmatic presence was a cornerstone of the deepening mystery that enveloped Mila, a silent companion to her solitary journey through the whispering woods. Mila found herself drawn to it, not by any overt invitation, but by the sheer magnetism of its inscrutability. Its silence was not an absence of sound, but a presence in itself, a resonating quiet that amplified the thrum of her own heart. She had attempted to approach it before in earlier dream iterations, but an invisible barrier, as intangible as mist, yet as formidable as stone, had always held her at bay. The distance between them was a measure of her own unresolved questions, a tangible manifestation of the mysteries she was yet to unravel. Today felt different. The dream was more potent, the veil between her conscious and subconscious mind thinner than ever. The silver birch seemed to pulse with an inner light, its roots anchoring not just to the earth, but to the very core of Mila's being. This felt like a convergence, a moment when the unspoken pact between her and this dream forest, mediated by the silent sentinel, would finally be tested. As she drew closer, the air around the birch grew colder, carrying a faint scent that was both metallic and floral, like petrichor mingled with the sharp tang of ozone. The shadows cast by the leaves seemed to coalesce, swirling and coalescing around the figure, obscuring it further, yet paradoxically making its presence more acutely felt. It was as if the very darkness was drawing strength from the light, feeding on the luminescence of the tree to define its own void. Mila's breath caught in her throat. She could feel the weight of its gaze, a silent, non-judgmental observation that seemed to probe the depths of her soul. It wasn't an aggressive stare, but one of profound, ancient patience, as if it had been waiting for millennia, its purpose intrinsically linked to her arrival. The elders' tales, dismissed in her waking hours as fanciful folklore, now resonated with a chilling authenticity. They spoke of guardians of liminal spaces, of silent watchers who held the keys to forgotten paths. Was this one such entity? She extended a hand, tentatively, towards the trunk of the silver birch. Her fingertips brushed against the cool, smooth bark, and a faint shiver traced its way up her arm. The tree seemed to hum, a low vibration that resonated through her bones, a silent symphony of ancient energies. It felt like a conduit, a bridge between her world and the one inhabited by the silent figure. The figure remained motionless, a statue carved from shadow. Its stillness was absolute, a stark contrast to the subtle, almost imperceptible movements of the leaves, the gentle swaying of branches, the shifting play of light and shadow. It was an anchor in the ephemeral landscape of dreams, a point of unwavering constancy that both unnerved and reassured her. Mila found herself speaking, her voice a hushed whisper that seemed swallowed by the immensity of the forest. "Who are you?" she asked, the question hanging in the charged air, waiting for an answer that she suspected would not come in words. The only response was the deepening of the shadow, a subtle expansion as if her query had lent it more substance. It was as if the figure was absorbing her words, her presence, her very essence, integrating them into its silent being. There was no malice in this absorption, only a vast, all encompassing stillness. She took another step, then another, until only a few feet separated her from the silver birch and the shadow behind it. The light from the leaves seemed to bend around the figure, creating a halo of silver that rimmed its edges, emphasizing its dark, impenetrable core. It was as if the light itself acknowledged the shadow's dominion, granting it a reverence of its own. Mila closed her eyes, focusing on the thrumming energy that connected her to the tree. She remembered the stories of the sentinel, the ancient tree that was said to guide lost souls, to offer wisdom to those who dared to seek it. Was this shadow a manifestation of the sentinel's power, a guardian tasked with protecting its secrets, or was it something else entirely, something born from the depths of her own subconscious, a manifestation of her own fears and desires? The dreamscape around her seemed to respond to her contemplation. The rustling of the leaves intensified, as if in anticipation. The air grew heavier, laden with an unspoken promise. The silence that surrounded the figure was not empty, it was pregnant with meaning, a silent language that Mila was slowly, painstakingly learning to decipher. She imagined reaching out, not just with her hand, but with her mind, her spirit, to touch the essence of this silent companion. What secrets did it hold? What truths were hidden within its shadowy form? The urge to understand, to bridge the gap that separated them, was overwhelming. It was the same urge that drove her to explore the woods, to unravel the whispers that had haunted her for so long. The figure, though unmoving, seemed to shift, its outline blurring and reforming as if seen through rippling water. It was a subtle illusion, a trick of the light, or perhaps a deliberate communication. The silence it maintained was a language in itself, a profound expression of presence without action, of knowing without revealing. Mila felt a strange sense of kinship with this silent entity. They were both alone in this vast, dreamlike expanse, bound by the enigmatic presence of the silver birch. It was a shared solitude, a silent understanding that transcended the need for words. She was not afraid of it, Not anymore. The initial unease had softened into a profound curiosity, a sense of awe. She could feel her own dream self beginning to mirror the stillness of the figure. The frantic beating of her heart began to slow, her breaths becoming more measured. It was as if the silent companion was drawing her into its own state of being, a state of profound, unperturbed observation. The leaves of the silver birch shimmered, their light intensifying, casting an ethereal glow that illuminated the area immediately around the trunk. The shadow, however, remained defiant, absorbing the light, its darkness and unyielding force. It was a dance of opposites, a testament to the intricate balance of this dream world. Mila reached out again, her fingers hovering inches from the shadowed form. She felt no heat, no cold, only a subtle resonance, a sympathetic vibration that echoed within her own being. It was a connection that bypassed the physical, a meeting of spirits in the liminal space between worlds. She began to hum, a soft, melodic sound that was almost indistinguishable from the rustling of the leaves. It was a spontaneous expression of her growing understanding, a wordless song of acknowledgement. The silent figure remained, a constant, watchful presence, its immobility a testament to its enduring purpose. The dream continued to unfold, the silent companion, a perpetual enigma at its heart. It was a mystery that did not need to be solved, but rather experienced, absorbed, and understood on a level that transcended rational thought. Mila knew that this silent vigil was an integral part of her journey, a silent partner in the unfolding revelation of the whispering woods and of herself. It was a companion that asked for nothing, yet offered a silent, unwavering presence, a constant reminder of the profound mysteries that lay just beyond the veil of the ordinary. The silver birch, with its luminous leaves and shadowed depths, served as the stage for this silent communion, and the figure behind it, the silent observer, was the key to unlocking the secrets held within its ancient silvered heart. The silver birch had always been a distant monolith in the shifting tapestry of her dreams, a luminous beacon in the perpetual twilight. Behind its impossibly tall trunk, shrouded in a darkness that seemed to absorb all light, lurked the silent figure. In the early stages of her nocturnal wanderings, the space between Mila and this enigmatic presence felt like an abyss, a chasm of unspoken questions and unacknowledged fears. It was a distance measured not in feet and inches, but in the weight of her own uncertainty, the opacity of the truths she sought. Each dream was a hesitant step, a fragile attempt to bridge that chasm, only to find herself returned to the periphery, the figure, a constant, unyielding sentinel. But now, something had begun to shift. It was subtle, like the slow turning of the earth beneath one's feet, imperceptible in the moment, but undeniable in its cumulative effect. The dream logic, that wild, untamed force that governed her subconscious excursions, seemed to be recalibrating. The silver birch, once a distant landmark, was now a more tangible presence, its ethereal glow feeling closer, its scent of ozone and damp earth more potent, and with it, the distance to the shadow figure diminished. It was as if the dreamscape itself was subtly contracting, drawing her inexorably towards the heart of the wood, towards the silent watcher. This newfound proximity was not the result of a conscious effort, but a gentle, persistent pull, like a tide drawing her closer to shore. The invisible barrier that had once held her at bay, a subtle yet absolute resistance, was beginning to fray, its edges softening. She could feel it in the way the air vibrated around the tree, in the intensified luminescence of the leaves, which now seemed to shimmer with an almost impatient energy. It was as if the wood itself was holding its breath, anticipating a revelation, a shedding of veils. Mila's dream self, usually a cautious observer, felt an unfamiliar surge of confidence. The initial trepidation that had accompanied her previous dream iterations was giving way to a profound sense of anticipation. It was the feeling one had before a storm broke, a charged stillness pregnant with an imminent release. The silent figure, still defined by its lack of definition, seemed to hold this anticipation within its stillness. Its presence, once merely a source of mystery, now felt like the focal point of a grand unveiling. She found herself taking more deliberate steps towards the silver birch. The crunch of phantom leaves underfoot seemed louder, the silence between the rustles deeper, more resonant. Each step felt like a commitment, a further severing of the ties that bound her to the edge of the unknown. The dream had a coherence it had never possessed before, a directedness that pointed, without question, towards the ancient tree and the dark void behind it. The silver bark, which had always seemed impossibly smooth and cool, now registered a faint warmth under her imagined touch. It was a subtle change, but one that sent a tremor of excitement through her. The tree felt alive, not just in its ethereal glow, but in a more fundamental way, its roots digging deeper into the very essence of her dream consciousness. This was not just a dream, it was a pilgrimage, and the silver birch was its sacred destination. The figure remained as it always had been, a silhouette carved from the deepest shadows. Yet, as Mila drew nearer, the details of its immobility seemed to sharpen. The way its form interacted with the light, or rather, the way the light seemed to part around it, suggested a solidity, a tangible existence that belied its shadowy nature. It was a paradox, a darkness that was not merely an absence of light, but a presence in itself, a formidable entity that commanded respect through its absolute stillness. She could feel the psychic pressure of its gaze now, a tangible sensation that pressed against her awareness, not with malice, but with an ancient, unwavering focus. It was the attention of a creature that had existed for epochs, its purpose so deeply ingrained that it transcended the need for movement or expression. Her own heart, which had often pounded with a frantic rhythm in these dreams, now beat with a steady, measured cadence, mirroring the profound stillness of the figure. It was as if she was being drawn into its state of being, her own dream self harmonizing with its silent rhythm. The scent intensified as she approached, the metallic tang of ozone mingling with the earthy sweetness of loam. underscored by something else, something floral and sharp, like crushed herbs. It was the perfume of the deep wood, a fragrance that spoke of hidden things, of secrets buried beneath layers of time and earth. This scent was intimately connected to the silver birch, and by extension, to the figure. It was the aroma of revelation, a prelude to understanding. Mila extended her hand, not tentatively now, but with a quiet certainty. Her fingers brushed against the trunk of the silver birch, and this time the connection was more than a tactile sensation, a low hum, a vibration that seemed to resonate from the very core of the tree, coursed through her arm, up her spine, and settled deep within her. It felt like a shared pulse, a confirmation that she was on the right path, that the dream was guiding her with unerring accuracy. The figure behind the tree did not react, yet Mila felt a shift in its presence. It was as if her proximity, her touch, her growing certainty had registered on some unseen level. The shadows that clung to it seemed to deepen, not in a menacing way, but as if absorbing her presence, integrating her into the ancient tableau. It was a silent acknowledgement, a subtle unfolding of its purpose. She could now discern a faint outline around the figure, a shimmering distortion in the air, like heat haze rising from asphalt. This was the boundary of the encroaching light, the edge of the silver birch's luminescence that could not quite penetrate the figure's core. It was a visual metaphor for the nature of the revelation she sensed was approaching. Light and shadow, known and unknown, existing in a delicate, intertwined balance. The elders' stories, those fragmented whispers of ancient lore that she had dismissed as fanciful tales, now echoed with a profound resonance. They spoke of guardians of sacred groves, of spirits bound to ancient trees, of thresholds between worlds, the silent figure, the sentinel birch. It all began to coalesce into a pattern, a narrative that was both deeply unsettling and undeniably true. This was no mere dream. It was a communion with something ancient, something that held a key to the whispering woods, and perhaps to herself. The gap between her and the figure had narrowed considerably. It was no longer a vast, intimidating expanse, but a manageable distance, a space that felt charged with potential. She could see the texture of the shadows now, not as a uniform darkness, but as a complex interplay of light and shade, hinting at a form that was both human like and something far older, far more primal. Mila continued to advance, her gaze fixed on the silent watcher. The rustling of the leaves overhead seemed to form a canopy of whispers, a chorus of encouragement. The air grew cooler, carrying a deeper resonance of the forest's hidden life. It was a scent that spoke of growth and decay, of cycles that had played out for millennia, and of one that was now poised to begin. She felt a profound sense of belonging, an understanding that her presence here was not an accident. The dreams had led her here, and the figure had waited. It was a patient waiting, a vigil held across unimaginable stretches of time, its purpose inextricably linked to her own journey. The isolation she had often felt in her waking life seemed to dissipate in this dreamscape, replaced by a sense of shared solitude, a silent understanding with the entity before her. The nature of the revelation she anticipated was still unclear, a formless promise lurking just beyond her grasp, but the certainty of its arrival was absolute. The dream was no longer a series of disjointed images, but a narrative unfolding with a deliberate, inexorable pace, leading her to this very spot, to this moment of proximity. She could almost feel the texture of the shadow now, a velvety darkness that invited touch, yet warned of an unfathomable depth. It was a presence that did not demand recognition, but simply existed, an immutable truth at the heart of the dream. The silver birch, its luminous leaves casting an ethereal glow, seemed to act as an amplifier, a conduit for the energies that emanated from both the tree and the figure. Mila paused, a breath away from the boundary of the shadow. She felt no fear, only a deep, abiding curiosity, a yearning to understand the silent language of this ancient place. The figure was a question, and she had finally arrived at the point where she might begin to find the answer. The dream was a gift, a window into a reality that existed alongside her own, a reality where silent watchers and whispering trees held the keys to forgotten wisdom. The feeling of anticipation was almost overwhelming, a subtle pressure building within her. It was the knowledge that the veil was about to be lifted, that the hidden truths of the whispering woods, and perhaps of her own psyche, were about to be laid bare. The silent figure, the embodiment of the lurking shadow, was the guardian of this revelation, and by drawing closer, Mila was finally acknowledging her readiness to receive it. The surrounding forest seemed to recede, the silver birch and the figure at its base becoming the sole focus of her dreaming consciousness. The luminous leaves pulsed with a gentle rhythm, their light intensifying, casting the shadow in stark relief. It was a confrontation, not of aggression, but of unveiling, of a slow, deliberate revelation. She could feel her own dream self becoming more substantial, more grounded. The ephemeral nature of her dreams was giving way to a palpable sense of presence. This was a testament to the power of the wood, to the magnetic pull of the silent watcher. It was drawing her in, not to consume her, but to show her, to impart a knowledge that was as ancient as the trees themselves. The air crackled with an unseen energy, a static charge that hummed against her skin. It was the signature of the liminal space, the place where the conscious and subconscious, the known and the unknown, converged. The silent figure was the gatekeeper of this space, its stillness a testament to its enduring role. Mila's gaze met the heart of the shadow, seeking a connection, a flicker of recognition. There was none, of course, not in the way she understood recognition, but there was a profound sense of being seen, of being acknowledged in her arrival. It was a silent validation, an acceptance into the ancient heart of the wood. The distance had finally been bridged. The invisible barrier dissolved not by force, but by a slow, inevitable drawing together. The dream was no longer about approaching the revelation. It was about being present for it. The silver birch stood as a witness, its luminous branches reaching towards the heavens, its roots embracing the earth, and at its base, the silent figure, a guardian of secrets, a beacon of profound, unyielding mystery. The journey to the heart of the wood had reached its culmination, and the lurking shadow was now within touching distance, poised to reveal whatever truths it held. The anticipation was a physical force, a tangible presence in the dream, and Mila knew, with an unshakable certainty, that the moment of revelation was at hand. The subtle shift in the dreamscape had prepared her, drawing her closer, and now, standing at the threshold of the shadow's embrace, she waited, not with fear, but with a quiet, burgeoning understanding of the profound journey that had brought her to this point. The dream was a path, and she had finally reached its sacred, silent destination. The air around the silver birch had become thick with an unarticulated urgency, a resonance that vibrated not just through the dreamscape, but through Mila's very core. Her dream self, usually a spectral observer, now felt substantial, anchored by the palpable energy emanating from the ancient tree and the sentinel shadow at its base. The distance that had once separated her from the silent figure had dissolved, replaced by an intimate proximity, a shared breath in the charged atmosphere. She was no longer merely approaching the threshold. She was poised upon it, the dream drawing her into a deeper intimacy with the mystery. The silver bark of the birch pulsed with an inner light, a soft, luminous aura that seemed to beckon her forward, whispering of truths held captive within its ancient rings. It felt like the culmination of a pilgrimage, a journey undertaken through the labyrinthine passages of her own subconscious, guided by an invisible hand towards this singular point of convergence. The silent figure, an embodiment of concentrated darkness, remained a study in stillness. Yet, as Mila's awareness settled upon it, the shadows composing its form seemed to writhe with a subtle, internal energy, like coals glowing beneath a layer of ash. There was a depth to its stillness that suggested an ocean of untold stories, a patient observation that spanned eons. The air around it hummed with an unspoken question, a query directed not at her, but emanating from the very fabric of its being, a riddle wrapped in the enigma of its existence. Mila felt an overwhelming urge to reach out, to touch the intangible substance of its form, to bridge the final, infinitesimal gap that separated her from its profound mystery. The scent of ozone, damp earth, and crushed herbs intensified, swirling around her like an unseen shroud, each inhalation drawing her deeper into the dream's intoxicating embrace. She could feel it now, a prickling awareness along her nerve endings, the unmistakable sensation of being on the verge of a momentous discovery. It was as if the universe of her dream had contracted, focusing all its attention, all its power on this single crystalline moment. The leaves of the silver birch rustled, not with the random movement of wind, but with a deliberate cadence, each whisper a syllable in a language she was only beginning to comprehend. They seemed to echo the silent pronouncements of the figures, their luminous glow intensifying, casting long, dancing shadows that spoke of hidden depths. This was not merely a dream, it was an initiation, a gentle but insistent unveiling of realities that lay just beyond the veil of ordinary perception. The boundary between the known and the unknown, which had always felt like an insurmountable barrier, now seemed to shimmer, a diaphanous curtain ready to be drawn aside. Mila's dream self vibrated with a powerful anticipation, a sense of yearning so profound it threatened to dissolve her very form. She felt a magnetic pull, drawing her not towards the figure itself, but towards the space it occupied, the nexus of its existence. It was a space saturated with potential, with the latent energy of revelation. The elders' tales, once dismissed as fanciful embellishments, now resurfaced with startling clarity, weaving themselves into the narrative of this dream. They spoke of guardians, of ancient pacts, of trees that acted as conduits to other realms. The silent figure was not an anomaly, it was a key, a living testament to the lore that had been passed down through generations, a keeper of secrets that were now hers to grasp. She extended a hand, her fingers trembling, not with fear, but with an exquisite blend of reverence and anticipation. The air crackled with an unseen energy as her fingertips neared the indistinct outline of the figure. It was a touch she knew would not be physical in the conventional sense, but a connection forged on a deeper, more elemental plane. As her spectral digits hovered inches away, a subtle tremor passed through the dreamscape. The luminous glow of the silver birch flared as if in acknowledgement of her approach. The rustling of the leaves crescendoed, the whispers coalescing into a single resonant hum that seemed to vibrate within her bones. This was the threshold, the point of no return, the accumulated weight of her subconscious inquiries, the unspoken questions that had plagued her waking hours and filtered into her dreams, all converged here, at the precipice of the shadow's embrace. She could sense the answer coalescing, not as a formulated thought, but as a visceral understanding, a deep-seated knowing that bypassed language and logic. It was the feeling of a tide turning, of a dam about to break, of a seed about to unfurl its hidden potential. The dream was a tapestry, and she had finally reached the central, most intricate knot where all the threads of meaning intertwined. Yet, just as the revelation felt within her grasp, as the silent figure seemed to lean infinitesimally closer, the dream began to fray. It wasn't a violent tearing, but a subtle unraveling, like a fine silk thread coming loose from an elaborate weave. The edges of her vision began to blur, the intense focus on the silver birch and its guardian wavering, the charged atmosphere, so potent moments before, started to dissipate, replaced by the familiar, amorphous quality of a fading dream. The profound sense of connection, the visceral understanding that had settled upon her, began to recede like an outgoing tide, leaving a damp, empty shore. It was a familiar frustration, a recurring motif In her nocturnal journey, the dream, so vivid, so potent, would invariably pull back at the very moment it promised ultimate clarity. The silent figure, which had seemed so solid, so present, began to blur, its form losing definition as the dreamscape dissolved. The silver birch, its luminous glow dimming, retreated into the ethereal twilight from which it had emerged. The scent of ozone and damp earth faded, leaving behind only the faint, lingering memory of its potency. Mila's dream self felt a pang of disappointment, a familiar ache of near miss. She was always on the cusp, perpetually poised on the edge of knowing, but never quite allowed to cross over. It was as if the dream itself was a teasing entity, offering glimpses of a profound truth, only to snatch it away before she could fully comprehend it. She strained to hold on to the sensation, to anchor herself to the moment of intense connection. But the dream's momentum was inexorable, pulling her back towards the waking world, towards the familiar solidity of her own bed. The vibrant clarity of the silver birch began to recede, its spectral glow softening into the dim luminescence of a half remembered image. The silent figure, the keeper of the wood's secrets, dissolved back into the ambient shadows, its immobility once again becoming an impenetrable barrier. The air lost its charged tension, the palpable promise of revelation fading into the indistinct murmur of the subconscious mind returning to its default state. It was a cruel ballet, this recurring dance on the edge of understanding, a perpetual state of reaching for something just beyond her grasp. She felt the subtle pull of waking, the gentle tug that signaled the dream's end. Her dream self, so recently substantial and present, began to feel weightless, ephemeral, the anchors of revelation loosening their hold. The once vivid details of the silver birch and the sentinel shadow became like watercolor paintings left out in the rain, their sharp edges bleeding into indistinct washes of color and shadow. The deep, resonant hum that had vibrated through her had dwindled to a faint echo, a phantom sensation that would soon vanish altogether. Even as the dream began to unravel, a residual awareness lingered, the feeling of proximity to the silent figure, the sense of impending understanding remained etched in her consciousness. It was more than just a memory, it was a residue, a psychic imprint left by the potent encounter. She knew, with a certainty that transcended the fleeting nature of dreams, that she had been on the verge of something significant. The dream had not been a mere fabrication of her sleeping mind. It had been a deliberate journey, a guided tour of a landscape that held answers to questions she hadn't yet fully formulated. The silver birch and the silent figure were not just images, they were markers, signposts on a path that led to a deeper truth about herself and the whispering woods. The dream's abrupt termination was not a failure, but a pause, an interlude before the next act. It was a promise that the journey would continue, that the threshold would be revisited, and that one day the fraying edges of the dream would hold, allowing her to step fully into the revelation. The disappointment was tempered by a stubborn resolve. a quiet determination to return, to persevere, until the silent sentinel finally revealed its secrets. The subtle unraveling was not an end, but a prelude to a more sustained engagement with the mystery, a testament to the dream's persistent, almost sentient nature. The promise of knowing, though deferred, remained palpable, a persistent echo in the stillness of her awakening mind. The resonant hum, so close to coalescing into a discernible truth, began to falter, the silken threads of the dream unraveling with an unnerving swiftness. It wasn't a violent rupture, but a gradual dissipation, like mist surrendering to the morning sun. Mila's spectral form, so substantial moments ago, felt itself growing diaphanous, the anchors of revelation loosening their tenacious grip. The silver birch, its inner light now a dim ember, receded into the ethereal twilight, and the silent figure, the enigmatic guardian of its depths, dissolved back into the encroaching shadows, its stillness once again an impenetrable shroud. The potent, charged atmosphere, thick with the scent of ozone and damp earth, began to thin, replaced by the amorphous, indistinct murmur of the subconscious mind returning to its habitual slumber. Yet, as the vivid tapestry of the dream began to fray, a persistent echo remained, the sensation of proximity to the silent sentinel, the fleeting glimpse of an imminent understanding, was not erased by the dream's unraveling. It lingered, a psychic imprint, a residue of the profound, albeit incomplete, encounter. It was more than a mere memory. It was a certainty etched into her consciousness, a visceral knowing that transcended the transient nature of dreams. The dream had not been a random conjuring of her sleeping mind. It had been a deliberate expedition, a guided exploration of a landscape that held the keys to questions she was only beginning to articulate, questions that had long been buried beneath the surface of her waking thoughts. The silver birch and its silent companion were not simply ephemeral images conjured from the ether. They were markers, signposts, in a landscape that promised a deeper communion with the whispering woods and, more importantly, with herself. The abrupt termination of this nocturnal journey was not a failure, but a deliberate pause, an interlude designed to prepare her for what was yet to come. It was a promise, a quiet assurance that the pilgrimage would continue, that the threshold would be revisited, and that, eventually, the unraveling threads of the dream would hold firm, allowing her to step fully into the heart of the revelation. The familiar pang of disappointment, a dull ache of near miss, was softened by a burgeoning resolve, a quiet, unyielding determination to return, to persevere, until the silent guardian finally yielded its guarded secrets. The subtle unraveling, she understood with a nascent clarity, was not an end, but a carefully orchestrated prelude to a more sustained and profound engagement with the mystery, a testament to the dream's almost sentient persistence. The promise of knowledge, though deferred, remained palpable, a persistent echo in the nascent stillness of her awakening mind. And then, as if conjured by the very thought of it, A sound, familiar and grounding, began to weave its way through the dissipating dreamscape. It was a voice, soft yet insistent, a gentle but firm call that had, time and again, served as the most reliable tether to her waking reality. Her grandmother's voice. It was a sound that invariably pulled her back from the very precipice of understanding, jolting her awake just as the final pieces of the puzzle seemed poised to fall into place. The melodic cadence, a comforting anchor in the often turbulent waters of her subconscious, signaled the inevitable conclusion of her nocturnal journey, leaving behind the lingering phantom scent of mint and smoke and the indelible, luminous image of the silver birch. The call was not a sudden, jarring intrusion, but a gradual, tender intrusion, like the first rays of dawn seeping through a heavy curtain. It began as a distant murmur, a faint whisper against the backdrop of the dream's fading echoes. Mila's dream self, still resonating with the profound encounter at the base of the birch, felt the subtle shift, the gentle tug that pulled her away from the vivid imagery of the dream. Her grandmother's voice was a melody she knew intimately, a lullaby sung countless times, a reassurance that even in the most surreal of landscapes, a familiar haven awaited. It was a sound that spoke of warmth, of hearth, of a reality grounded in tangible presence, a stark contrast to the ethereal nature of the world she was leaving behind. As the voice grew clearer, more defined, the edges of the dreamscape began to soften further. The stark silver of the birch bled into a softer, more diffused light, and the sentinel shadow seemed to retreat, melting back into the ambient darkness. The scent of ozone and damp earth, so potent moments before, began to recede, replaced by a subtle yet pervasive aroma that was distinctly her grandmother's, a comforting blend of dried mint leaves, crushed between her weathered fingers, and the faint, sweet char of wood smoke clinging to her clothes from evenings spent by the fire. This olfactory signature was as much a part of her grandmother's presence as her voice, a testament to a life lived in close harmony with nature and tradition. The dream, which had promised revelation, was now yielding to this more potent, insistent call. Mila's subconscious, still reeling from the near contact with the silent figure, found itself drawn inexorably towards the source of this familiar sound. It was a powerful paradox. The dream offered a glimpse into the unknown, a tantalizing suggestion of hidden truths, while her grandmother's call represented the comforting embrace of the known, the safety of established reality. Yet, there was no conflict, no struggle. The call was too deeply ingrained, too fundamentally a part of her being to resist. It was the instinctual pull of home, of belonging, a force as primal as the desire for answers. She felt the transition keenly, the subtle shift from the vast, charged expanse of the dream to the more confined, familiar space of her own bedroom. The ethereal quality of her dream self began to dissipate, replaced by the comforting weight of her physical form, the sensation of soft sheets against her skin, the gentle rhythm of her own breathing, the image of the silver birch, so sharp and luminous moments ago became softer, more impressionistic, like a painting viewed through a veil of dew. The silent figure, too, receded, its dark, imposing presence fading into the recesses of her memory, leaving behind only a sense of profound mystery, a question mark suspended in the quiet air. Her grandmother's voice, now a clear and comforting presence, continued to murmur a gentle refrain that soothed the lingering intensity of the dream. It was a language of love and concern, a maternal balm for the soul, even across the vastness of sleep. Mila stirred, a faint smile touching her lips as the last vestiges of the dream retreated, the scent of mint and smoke, no longer a phantom memory, grew stronger, grounding her firmly in the waking world. It was the scent of her grandmother's presence, a tangible manifestation of her love and a promise of comforting normalcy. With a soft sigh, Mila's eyes fluttered open, the dim light of early morning filtering through her bedroom window. The lingering images of the dream, the silver birch shimmering with an otherworldly glow, the silent, watchful figure began to recede, their vividness muted by the encroaching reality of the day. Yet, the emotional resonance of the encounter remained, a subtle hum beneath the surface of her consciousness. She could still feel the almost touch, the palpable tension of being on the verge of a profound understanding. The dream had offered a tantalizing glimpse, a whisper of a deeper truth. But her grandmother's call had been the decisive anchor, pulling her back to the familiar shores of the waking world. The scent of mint and smoke was now undeniably present, a comforting confirmation of her grandmother's proximity. It was a scent that evoked warmth, tradition, and a deep, abiding love. Mila turned her head on the pillow, her gaze falling upon the open doorway of her room. Through the dim light, she could see the silhouette of her grandmother standing there, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Her voice, though soft, carried the weight of years of wisdom and affection. "Mila, my child," she said, her voice a comforting melody that resonated with the very core of Mila's being. "It is time to wake. The sun is rising, and there are stories to be told." The words were an invitation, a gentle coaxing that drew Mila fully out of the lingering embrace of sleep. The dream, with its profound mysteries and unanswered questions, felt distant now, a flickering ember in the encroaching dawn. Her grandmother's presence was the true light, a beacon of warmth and familiarity. The lingering scent of mint and smoke was not just an olfactory clue, it was a reassurance, a tangible manifestation of the comfort and security that her grandmother represented. She knew, as she sat up in bed, the lingering images of the silver birch and the silent sentinel already beginning to fade, that her grandmother's call was a recurring ritual, a necessary anchor that prevented her from drifting too far into the untamed currents of her subconscious. The dreams were becoming more vivid, more potent, and with them, the need for her grandmother's grounding presence grew stronger. It was a delicate balance, this navigation between the world of dreams and the world of waking, and her grandmother, with her innate understanding and gentle guidance, was the key to maintaining that equilibrium. The persistent image of the silver birch and the enigmatic figure at its base was now intertwined with the comforting memory of her grandmother's voice, a testament to the two forces that shaped her reality, the allure of the unknown and the solace of the known. As she swung her legs out of bed, the scent of mint and smoke filling the air, Mila knew that her grandmother's call, though it might sometimes interrupt her most profound discoveries, was ultimately a gift, a reminder that even in the pursuit of mystery, there was always a hand to guide her back home. The stories her grandmother spoke of were not just tales, they were woven into the fabric of her life, and the dawn, heralded by that familiar, loving voice, was the beginning of another chapter, a chapter that always began with the grounding certainty of her grandmother's presence, the lingering scent of mint and smoke, now a tangible comfort in the morning air, served as Mila's anchor. Her grandmother's voice, a gentle murmur of wakefulness, had successfully pulled her back from the dream's edge, from the precipice of a revelation that had felt both imminent and elusive. The silver birch, the silent guardian, the charged atmosphere, all had receded, leaving behind only the phantom echo of a profound encounter. Yet, as the immediate disorientation of waking subsided, a new sensation began to surface, a subtle hum beneath the surface of her consciousness, a feeling that transcended the mere memory of the dream. It was a sense of an unseen bond, a connection that the dream's unraveling had failed to sever, though the spectral figure behind the silver birch had remained resolutely silent. Its presence had resonated within Mila on a level far deeper than mere sight. It was not a palpable threat, not an aura of malice that had chilled her to the bone. Instead, there was a complexity to its stillness, a weight of unspoken understanding that felt intrinsically linked to her own being. The persistent, silent sentinel, rooted at the edge of her dreamscape, felt less like an external entity and more like a reflection, a distorted yet familiar mirror held up to something dormant within herself. This inner landscape, the one she had glimpsed in the dream, was a territory she had yet to fully explore or even acknowledge in the harsh light of her waking life. This nascent understanding bloomed as she sat up, the early morning light painting soft hues across her room. The dream had offered a tantalizing glimpse, a whisper of truths that lay just beyond her grasp, and the figure by the birch had been the embodiment of that mystery. But the silence of the figure wasn't an emptiness. It was a fullness of unspoken communication, a language of pure presence that bypasses the need for words. It was as if the very act of its being there, in that specific place, under the luminous canopy of the silver birch, conveyed a message that her conscious mind was not yet equipped to decipher. This was the essence of the unseen bond, an intrinsic connection that felt as vital and as essential as her own heartbeat. The shadow, for that was how it seemed to Mila, was not an intruder, but a familiar specter of her own making. Its immobility was not a sign of passivity, but of immense, contained power. She felt, with a certainty that defied logical explanation that this silent guardian was inextricably woven into the fabric of her existence, a living testament to a part of herself that had been suppressed, overlooked, or perhaps even deliberately hidden. The dream had unearthed this hidden aspect, not with the fanfare of discovery, but with the quiet insistence of a forgotten memory resurfacing. The connection was undeniable, a psychic resonance that vibrated through her very soul. This resonance was not born of a shared experience, but of a shared essence. The figure, devoid of features, a mere outline against the dream's ethereal backdrop, seemed to embody a stillness that mirrored a longing within Mila herself, a longing for peace, for a centeredness that her often frenetic waking life seemed to deny. The dream's guardian was the embodiment of that inner quiet, the silent observer who held the gaze of the cosmos without flinching. And in that silent communion, Mila felt a recognition, a profound sense of knowing that she was not alone in her own internal vastness. The bond was not an external imposition, but an internal unfolding. The silver birch itself, in its dream state, had been more than just a tree. It had been a conduit, a living nexus of energy that seemed to pulse with the same vital force that flowed through the silent figure and, Mila suspected, through herself. The roots of the birch plunged deep into the dream's earth, mirroring, she felt, the hidden roots of her own being, anchoring her to something ancient and profound. The figure stood sentinel at its base, a silent testament to the enduring power of nature, a power that was not merely external, but intimately intertwined with the human spirit. The unseen bond was thus rooted in the shared connection to the primal forces of existence. Mila pondered the nature of this bond as she sipped the mint-infused tea her grandmother had prepared. The warmth of the mug in her hands was a stark contrast to the cool, spectral presence she had encountered just moments before. Yet, the feeling of connection persisted, a subtle undercurrent that colored her perception of the ordinary world. It was as if the dream had recalibrated her senses, allowing her to perceive the subtle, invisible threads that bound all things together. The silent figure was a node in this intricate network, a representation of a truth that her waking mind had long sought but never found. The lack of verbal exchange with the figure was, in retrospect, the most potent form of communication. It had bypassed the limitations of language, of conscious interpretation, and had spoken directly to the core of her being. This silent dialogue was the very essence of the unseen bond, a communion that existed outside the realm of the words, a pure exchange of essence. The figure was a mirror reflecting not just her inner stillness, but also the unresolved questions that lay dormant within her. It was a silent affirmation that these questions were valid, and that the answers, though perhaps shrouded in mystery, were an integral part of her journey. She remembered the stillness of the figure, an absolute lack of agitation, a profound acceptance of its place. This was not apathy, but a deep, abiding peace that Mila found herself craving. In her waking life, she was often a whirlwind of activity, her mind a constant chatter of thoughts, worries, and aspirations. The silent guardian, in contrast, existed in a state of pure, unadulterated being. The unseen bond, therefore, felt like an invitation to embrace that same state of being, to find her own inner quiet amidst the external chaos. It was a call to acknowledge the part of herself that was as ancient and as rooted as the silver birch. The feeling of recognition was perhaps the most confounding aspect of this connection. It was as if she had known this silent figure, this place, this atmosphere for all her life, though her conscious memory offered no such recall. This suggested that the bond was not a new development, but an ancient one, a thread that had always been present, woven into the tapestry of her soul. The dream had merely brought it to the forefront of her awareness, illuminating a connection that had always been there, dormant but potent. The unseen bond was, in essence, a reawakening of an ancestral memory. The psychic resonance wasn't just about her recognizing something within herself. It was also about the figure seemingly recognizing her. There was a sense of acknowledgement in its unwavering gaze, a silent welcoming that suggested she was expected, that her presence was not a surprise, but a continuation of a long established dialogue. This reciprocal recognition solidified the idea of an unseen bond, a two-way connection that transcended the boundaries of the physical and the temporal. It was a connection that whispered of destiny, of a path laid out long before her conscious awareness. Mila felt a stirring of apprehension, not of fear, but of the profound weight of this revelation. To acknowledge such an unseen bond meant to acknowledge a deeper, more complex self, one that was intricately connected to forces she couldn't yet fully comprehend. It meant accepting that her life was not a series of isolated events, but a tapestry woven with invisible threads, connecting her to the past, to nature, and to the very essence of existence. The silent guardian was the keeper of these threads, the silent testament to their enduring strength. The simplicity of the dreamscape, the starkness of the silver birch against the twilight, and the unwavering presence of the figure all contributed to the raw, unadulterated nature of this bond. There were no distractions, no embellishments, only the core truth of their interconnectedness. This elemental simplicity was, perhaps, what allowed the unseen bond to manifest so powerfully. It stripped away the complexities of the waking world, revealing the fundamental connections that lay beneath. As she dressed, the image of the silent figure remained etched in her mind. It was not an image of a person, or an animal, or even a spirit in the conventional sense. It was an essence, a manifestation of something primal and unchanging. And in that essence, Mila saw a reflection of her own untapped potential, her own hidden depths. The unseen bond was a promise, a silent assurance that she was not alone in her quest for self understanding, that there were forces, silent and unseen, that stood with her, guiding her path. The lingering scent of mint and smoke and the comforting presence of her grandmother downstairs provided a grounding counterpoint to the ethereal encounter. But even in the midst of this familiar reality, the echo of the unseen bond persisted. It was a subtle shift in her perception, a quiet awareness that the world was far more interconnected than she had ever imagined. The silent guardian, the silver birch, the whispering woods, they were not mere elements of a dream, but interconnected facets of a larger, more profound reality, a reality to which she was inextricably linked by unseen threads. This connection felt ancient, as old as the earth itself. It wasn't something that could be explained or dissected, but something that had to be felt, experienced. The silent figure was a tangible manifestation of this feeling, a silent affirmation of her place within this grand, interconnected web. The unseen bond was the quiet hum of the universe, a constant reminder that she was a part of something much larger than herself, a part of a story that had been unfolding for eons, and that she too had a role to play, however silent and profound. The experience had been a revelation, not in the sense of a sudden, blinding flash of understanding, but in the gentle unfolding of a deeper awareness. The unseen bond was the key to this unfolding, the silent whisper that guided her towards a more complete understanding of herself and her place in the world. It was a connection that promised to deepen with time, to reveal more of its mysteries as she continued to explore the uncharted territories of her own soul. The silent sentinel remained at the edge of her awareness, a constant reminder of the unseen connections that held her, and indeed all things together. The familiar chill of the dream forest, usually a prelude to a gentle awakening, settled upon Mila with an unsettling permanence. The silver birch, its bark like polished bone under an unseen moon, stood as it always did, a beacon of luminous tranquility, and by its roots, the figure, a silhouette carved from the very essence of shadow and stillness, waited. But this night, the air thrummed with a different kind of energy, a silence that was not merely an absence of sound, but a palpable presence, a void where the usual gentle nudge, the faint echo of her grandmother's voice, ought to have been. It was the silence of a door left ajar, not for passage, but for observation, an invitation into a deeper, more profound mystery than she had ever before experienced. Mila's consciousness, usually tethered to the waking world by the spectral thread of her grandmother's call, found itself adrift. The familiar anchor, the melodic murmur that always guided her back from the shimmering veil of sleep, was conspicuously absent. It was as if the thread had been severed, not violently, but with a deliberate, unhurried precision, leaving her suspended in the dreamscape with an unnerving degree of autonomy. The forest floor, a carpet of phosphorescent moss and fallen leaves, seemed to press closer, the air thickening with an unspoken significance. The silver birch pulsed with a light that was not merely reflected, but seemed to emanate from its very core, a silent declaration of its own inherent power, a power that now seemed to extend beyond its customary role as a mere backdrop. The figure, usually a silent sentinel at the periphery of her awareness, felt closer tonight, its presence more defined, more insistent. It was not a physical closeness, for the dream laws of space and perception remained intact, but an intimate proximity of essence. Mila sensed a subtle shift in its posture, an almost imperceptible inclination of its form, as if it were now directly addressing her, not with words, but with a focused intensity that resonated deep within her bones. This was not a confrontation, nor a revelation in the traditional sense, but an acknowledgement. The silence that enveloped them was not empty. It was brimming with unspoken knowledge, a shared understanding that transcended the need for vocal exchange. It was the silence of ancient pacts, of truths too profound for the clumsy architecture of human language. The absence of her grandmother's voice was not a void, but a deliberate opening. It was as if the usual pathway back to the waking world had been deliberately closed, replaced by a new, uncharted passage that led deeper into the heart of the dream. Mila felt no panic, only a profound sense of inevitability, a quiet surrender to the unfolding of events. This deviation from the norm, this breaking of the established pattern, felt less like an accident and more like a meticulously orchestrated transition. The dream was no longer a fleeting glimpse, a tantalizing preview, but a fully immersive experience, a realm in which she was meant to linger, to explore, to understand. She looked at the figure, its indistinct form a canvas upon which her own unspoken questions seemed to project. The silver birch shimmered, its leaves whispering secrets that were carried on a wind that did not stir the air. The familiar comfort of her grandmother's presence, usually a warm embrace that pulled her back from the brink of the unknown, was replaced by the cool, knowing gaze of this silent entity. It was a transfer of guardianship, a passing of the torch from the known, the comforting, to the enigmatic, the profound. The dream had always been a prelude, a gentle invitation. Tonight, it was an immersion. The dream forest, usually a place of comforting familiarity, now seemed to hold a new dimension, a latent energy that hummed just beneath the surface. The moss glowed with an intensified luminescence, casting ethereal patterns on the gnarled roots of the surrounding trees. Each fallen leaf, each dewdrop clinging to a blade of grass, seemed to pulse with a faint inner light, as if imbued with a vitality that transcended their ordinary existence. Mila realized that the dream's architecture had always been designed to shield her, to guide her gently, but tonight the veils were being lifted, not with a dramatic tear, but with a slow, deliberate unveiling, revealing a landscape that was both more ancient and more alive than she had ever perceived. The silence of the figure was no longer a passive characteristic. It was an active force, a field of energy that permeated the dreamscape. It was a silence that invited introspection, a stillness that encouraged a deeper listening. Mila felt herself becoming acutely attuned to the subtlest nuances of this silent communication. The slight tilt of the figure's head, The almost imperceptible shift of its weight were no longer mere gestures, but pronouncements, declarations woven into the very fabric of the dream. It was a language spoken not through sound, but through presence, a dialogue of pure being. Her own breath seemed to deepen, to synchronize with the rhythmic pulse of the silver birch. She felt a curious sense of belonging, not just to this dream world, but to something far grander, something that existed prior to her conscious awareness and would continue long after her waking life had faded. The unseen bond, previously a nascent whisper, was now a resonant chord, vibrating through her very soul. It was a connection that had always been there, a silent undercurrent to her existence, but it had never been so powerfully evoked, so undeniably present. The dream had always been a sanctuary, a place where the boundaries of reality blurred, allowing for moments of profound intuition and connection. But tonight it felt like a threshold, the usual gentle return to wakefulness, orchestrated by her grandmother's voice, was like a familiar path that had been suddenly rerouted. This new path, illuminated by the silver birch and guarded by the silent figure, led into uncharted territory, into a deeper understanding of the forces that had always shaped her life, unseen and unacknowledged. She realized that the silence of the figure was not a lack of information, but an abundance of it. It was the stillness of deep knowing, the quiet confidence of ancient wisdom. The dream was offering her a direct communion, bypassing the filtering mechanisms of her conscious mind and speaking directly to the core of her being. The silver birch, with its roots anchoring it to the unseen depths of the earth, was a testament to this grounding, this connection to something primal and enduring. And the figure, standing sentinel at its base, was the embodiment of this unwavering presence. The accustomed comfort of her grandmother's impending call was replaced by an equally profound, though entirely different, sense of reassurance. It was the reassurance that came from recognizing a deeper truth, from acknowledging a part of herself that had always been present, waiting to be discovered. The dream was no longer a fleeting escape, but a profound exploration, a journey into the heart of her own inner landscape, guided by forces that were both familiar and utterly new. The silence had broken, not with sound, but with an immersive, all encompassing presence, drawing her into a mystery that was as vast as it was intimate. Mila felt a subtle tremor pass through the dreamscape, not a disturbance, but a reordering. The very air seemed to rearrange itself, to coalesce around the silent figure and the luminous birch. It was as if the dream itself was holding its breath, waiting for her to acknowledge this new phase, this deepening of her immersion. The usual gentle currents that had always guided her back were replaced by a more deliberate, more powerful flow, drawing her further into the heart of the dream's enigma. This was not merely a deviation, it was a transformation. She perceived the dreamscape with an acuity that had never before been present. The intricate patterns of the moss, the delicate veins on the birch leaves, the subtle variations in the ambient light, all were rendered with an astonishing clarity. It was as if a veil had been lifted, not from her eyes, but from her perception, allowing her to see the world as it truly was, stripped of the usual assumptions and interpretations of her waking mind. The silence was the catalyst for this enhanced awareness, a quiet hum that amplified every subtle detail. The figure, always an enigma, now felt like a focal point, a nexus of the dream's energy. Its stillness was not a lack of animation, but a profound state of being, a concentrated presence that seemed to absorb and radiate the very essence of the dream. Mila felt a reciprocal recognition, a sense that this entity, though featureless, had always known her, had always been waiting for this very moment, this very awakening. The unseen bond was no longer a tentative connection, but a fully formed, deeply rooted relationship. The absence of her grandmother's voice was a void that was quickly filled by the overwhelming presence of the dream itself. It was a void that allowed for a deeper immersion, a more complete surrender to the experience. The dream was no longer an external phenomenon, but an extension of her own consciousness, a landscape that mirrored the hidden depths of her soul. The silver birch pulsed with a light that seemed to emanate from within her, a shared luminescence that connected her to the ancient spirit of the place. The silence was not an absence of communication, but a different form of it, a language spoken in stillness, in presence, in the shared resonance of being. Mila found herself understanding, not with her intellect, but with her intuition, with the very fibers of her being. The dream was offering her an unfiltered truth, a direct communion with the forces that had always shaped her existence, forces that were now, at last, beginning to reveal themselves in their full, unadulterated glory. The familiar anchors had been removed, not to cast her adrift, but to allow her to navigate these deeper waters, to explore the uncharted territories of her own inner universe. She felt a profound sense of being seen, not by eyes, but by an awareness that permeated the very essence of the dream. The silent figure was the embodiment of this awareness, a silent witness to her awakening. The silver birch, its branches reaching towards an unseen sky, was a testament to the enduring connection between the seen and the unseen, the tangible and the intangible. And in this moment, Mila felt herself becoming a part of that continuum, her own consciousness expanding to embrace the vastness of the dream, the depth of the silence, the usual warmth of her grandmother's call, a gentle signal that her sojourn in the dream world was coming to an end, was replaced by a profound sense of anticipation. It was the anticipation of discovery, of unveiling, of embracing a truth that had always been present but had remained hidden beneath the surface of everyday reality. The dream was no longer a sanctuary from the world, but a portal into a deeper, more fundamental reality, a reality where silence spoke volumes and ancient trees served as conduits to hidden knowledge. The figure, always an enigma, now held a new significance. It was not an intruder, but a guide, an embodiment of the very mystery that had drawn her to this place. Its stillness was a profound invitation, a call to shed the distractions of the waking world and to embrace the quiet power of presence. The silver birch, its luminous bark glowing with an inner fire, was a symbol of this awakened consciousness, a beacon of light in the deepening mystery. The unseen bond had found its voice not in words, but in a profound, resonant silence. Mila's awareness expanded, encompassing the entirety of the dreamscape. The rustling of leaves, the faint scent of damp earth, the ethereal glow of the moss, all were heightened, intensified. The silence was not a void, but a symphony of subtle energies, a harmonious interplay of forces that had always been present, waiting for her to acknowledge them. The dream was no longer a passive experience, but an active dialogue, a conversation held in the language of essence and intuition. The figure's silent gaze was an affirmation, a welcoming into a realm where the boundaries of self began to dissolve and the interconnectedness of all things became undeniably clear. The absence of her grandmother's familiar call created a vacuum, but it was a vacuum that was immediately filled by a more potent, more immersive presence. It was the presence of the dream itself, a world that was now more real, more tangible than her waking reality. The silver birch stood as a silent witness to this shift, its luminous aura extending to encompass Mila, drawing her deeper into its embrace. The figure, a silhouette of profound stillness, was no longer at the periphery, but at the very center of her awareness, a silent anchor in this deepening sea of mystery. The usual gentle tug of waking, subtle pull that signaled the end of her nocturnal journey was absent. Instead, Mila felt a different kind of tethering, a connection that bound her more firmly to the dreamscape. It was as if the dream had decided to hold her, not out of malice or entrapment, but out of a deliberate intention to reveal more, to allow her to delve deeper into its hidden currents. The silence that had always preceded her awakening was now the very fabric of her experience, a profound stillness that invited her to listen not with her ears, but with her soul. She realized that the dream was no longer a passive observation, a fleeting glimpse into another realm, but an active participation. The usual gentle nudges that guided her back to consciousness had been replaced by a deliberate pause, an invitation to remain, to explore the untouched depths of this surreal landscape. The silver birch, its ethereal glow intensifying, seemed to pulse with a life of its own, its ancient roots delving into mysteries that mirrored the unexplored territories within her own being. The figure, at its base, was a silent guardian of these depths, a timeless sentinel whose very presence spoke of unspoken truths. The absence of her grandmother's voice was a crucial element in this unfolding. It was the removal of a safety net, a deliberate act of allowing her to navigate these unfamiliar waters alone, armed only with her intuition and the burgeoning awareness that had been awakened within her. The dream was no longer a comforting visitation, but a profound immersion, a space where the usual rules of engagement had been suspended, replaced by a more primal, more elemental form of connection. The silence that now reigned was not an emptiness, but a fullness, a rich tapestry of unspoken communication. Mila found herself attuned to the subtlest shifts in the dream's atmosphere, the way the light played on the mossy ground, the almost imperceptible vibration that emanated from the silver birch, the unwavering stillness of the figure. All these elements contributed to a narrative that was unfolding without a single spoken word. It was a language of pure presence, a communication that bypassed the intellect and resonated directly with her soul. The unseen bond was no longer a whisper, it was a resonant hum that permeated her entire being. The dream was no longer a fleeting visitation, but a conscious dwelling, the usual gentle return to the waking world, signaled by the familiar murmur of her grandmother's voice, was conspicuously absent. Instead, Mila found herself suspended in the dreamscape, held by a silence that was profound, all encompassing, and utterly deliberate. The silver birch, its branches laden with an ethereal luminescence, stood as a silent sentinel, its roots anchoring it to a reality far deeper than she had ever known. And by its side, the figure, a silhouette of immutable stillness, waited not for an end, but for a beginning. She sensed a shift in the very fabric of the dream. The familiar forest, the silver birch, the silent figure, they were no longer mere elements of a nocturnal landscape, but active participants in her awakening. The absence of her grandmother's voice, usually a gentle anchor to the waking world, was not a void, but an opening, a deliberate invitation to step further into the heart of the mystery. The silence was not an absence of sound, but a presence in itself, a profound stillness that amplified the subtle energies of the dream. The figure, usually a distant observer, now felt intimately close, its form radiating a quiet power that resonated deep within Mila's core. This was not a spoken communication, but a communion of essence, a silent acknowledgement of a connection that transcended the boundaries of the physical and the temporal. The silver birch pulsed with a light that seemed to emanate from within her, a shared luminescence that bound her to the ancient spirit of the place. The dream had ceased to be a fleeting glimpse and had become an immersive experience, a realm where the usual rules of engagement had been suspended. Mila felt a profound sense of being seen, not by eyes, but by an awareness that permeated the very atmosphere of the dream. The figure was the embodiment of this awareness, a silent witness to her unfolding. The absence of her grandmother's voice was not a lapse, but a deliberate act of redirection, guiding her away from the familiar path of awakening and into the uncharted territories of the dream's deeper mysteries. The silence that now enveloped her was not an emptiness, but a fullness, a vibrant energy that spoke of ancient truths and unspoken promises. The dream was no longer a prelude, but the main event, the usual gentle return to wakefulness, orchestrated by the familiar echo of her grandmother's voice, had been deliberately omitted. Instead, Mila found herself adrift In a profound silence, a stillness that was not empty but pregnant with meaning, the silver birch gleamed, its branches reaching towards an unseen sky, and by its roots the figure waited, its presence a palpable force that drew her deeper into the heart of the dream. This was not an end, it was a deliberate pause, an invitation to engage with a reality that lay beyond the veil of ordinary perception. She realized that the dream had fundamentally changed. The familiar forest still stood. The silver birch still gleamed with its ethereal light, and the silent figure remained, a silhouette etched against the dream's perpetual twilight. But the usual gentle pull back towards wakefulness, the comforting anchor of her grandmother's voice, was gone. The silence that permeated this dreamscape was no longer a prelude to an awakening, but a profound, all encompassing presence, a void that was not empty, but brimming with an unknown potential. It was the silence of a door being held open, not for her departure, but for her deeper ingress. The air around the silver birch felt charged, not with the electrical hum of an impending storm, but with the quiet resonance of something ancient and significant. The leaves of the birch, usually rustling with a gentle whisper, were now perfectly still, as if holding their breath in anticipation of a revelation. The figure, its form indistinct, yet undeniably present, seemed to lean forward, its stillness an active invitation, a silent question posed directly to Mila's soul. The absence of her grandmother's voice was like the silencing of a familiar melody, a deliberate removal of the usual comfort to allow a different, perhaps more profound, truth to emerge. Mila felt no fear, only a deep, pervasive sense of inevitability. This deviation from the established pattern, this breaking of the nightly ritual, felt not like a disruption, but like a meticulously orchestrated transition. The dream was no longer a fleeting glimpse into another realm, a precursor to her return to consciousness, but a destination in itself. The silence was not an absence of sound, but a new form of communication, a language spoken in presence, in stillness, in the resonant hum of the dreamscape itself. She looked at the figure, its very form a question mark etched against the luminous backdrop of the birch. What had once been a silent sentinel now felt like a guide, a gatekeeper to a deeper understanding. The usual gentle echo of her grandmother's call, the sweet minty aroma that always signaled her return, was nowhere to be found. In its place was a profound quietude, a stillness that invited a different kind of listening. Mila felt her own breath deepen, synchronizing with the silent pulse of the dream, her awareness expanding to encompass the entirety of this altered reality. The dream forest, usually a place that hinted at the edges of her own psyche, now felt like the very core of it. The phosphorescent moss seemed to glow with an inner fire, illuminating intricate patterns that mirrored the unexplored pathways within her own consciousness. The silver birch, its bark like polished moonlight, was no longer just a tree, but a conduit, a living nexus of energy that seemed to pulse with the same ancient rhythms that now resonated within Mila herself. The figure, by its roots, was the embodiment of this connection, a silent witness to a truth that was beginning to unveil itself with an undeniable clarity. The absence of her grandmother's voice was a profound liberation. It had always been a gentle tether, a reassuring reminder of the world beyond the dream. But tonight, that tether had been released, allowing Mila to float freely in the currents of the dream, to explore its depths without the immediate pull of return. The silence that followed was not a void, but a space filled with a potent, unspoken energy. It was the silence of immense potential, the quiet before a revelation that promised to reshape her understanding of herself and the world around her. The dream had broken its silence, not with words, but with a profound, all encompassing presence, the familiar anchor of her grandmother's voice, that gentle, mint scented whisper that always guided Mila back from the liminal spaces of sleep, was absent. It was as if the thread had been carefully snipped, not with violence, but with the precise deliberation of a weaver unpicking a knot, leaving her suspended in the dreamscape with an unnerving autonomy. The silver birch, its bark a smooth, cool caress against the periphery of her consciousness, no longer served as a mere marker of her nocturnal sanctuary. Tonight, it pulsed with an inner luminescence, its light not reflected, but originating from some deep, hidden core, a silent declaration of its own inherent power, a power that seemed to hum in resonance with the intensifying stillness. The air, usually alive with the phantom rustling of leaves, was now a tangible presence, thick with an unspoken significance. It pressed in, not with malice, but with the weight of expectation, as if the very atmosphere was holding its breath. The figure, always an enigma, a silhouette carved from the very essence of shadow and stillness that resided just beyond the birch's substantial trunk, began to shift. It was not a sudden movement, no dramatic lurch into visibility, but a gradual uncoiling, a slow release from its habitual posture of passive observation. It was as if the dream, in its deliberate withholding of Mila's usual return, had finally prompted the figure to shed its cloak of anonymity, to step forth from the obscuring embrace of the tree. The pale silver light cast by the birch seemed to gather around it, not to reveal a distinct form, but to sculpt its edges, to imbue its indistinct outline with a newfound presence, a palpable weight in the dream's ethereal architecture. Mila watched, her breath catching, not in fear, but in a profound, almost reverent anticipation. The shift was subtle, a mere inclination of its form, a shedding of its passive sentinel role. It was a movement from waiting to unveiling, from mere existence to a hesitant emergence. The dream forest, usually a place of ethereal beauty and comforting familiarity, seemed to hold its breath alongside Mila. The phosphorescent moss, which typically cast a gentle, widespread glow, now seemed to concentrate its luminescence, focusing beams of soft, pearly light towards the base of the silver birch. Each blade of grass, each fallen leaf, seemed to vibrate with a subtle energy, as if the entire landscape was a prelude to an unfolding event. The silence was no longer merely an absence of sound. It was a resonant hum, a deep, underlying vibration that spoke of ancient rhythms and dormant forces. Mila felt this resonance within her own bones, a sympathetic thrum that amplified her awareness. The figure's transition from shadow to a subtly defined presence was the focal point of this heightened sensory experience. It was as if the dream's very fabric was being rewoven, its threads converging to illuminate this singular entity. The figure's movement was not of the flesh, or at least not of the flesh Mila understood. It was more akin to the slow unfurling of a fern frond, or the deliberate opening of a celestial bloom. Each subtle shift a testament to an inner impetus. It stepped forth from the deep shadow cast by the birch, not walking, but gliding, its base remaining an indistinct blur against the mossy ground, yet its upper form resolving into something more defined, more present. The air around it seemed to shimmer, not with heat, but with an intensification of the dream's inherent energy, a crackling stillness that hinted at immense power held in perfect restraint. Mila found her gaze locked, her conscious mind struggling to process the subtle yet profound alteration in the dream's narrative. This was not the gentle nudge towards wakefulness she was accustomed to. This was a deliberate drawing in, a magnetic pull towards an unknown center. The absence of her grandmother's guiding voice was not a void, but a deliberate space carved out for this singular encounter. It was the removal of the familiar, the comfortable, to allow the profound, the mysterious, to take its place. The dream, in its wisdom, had recognized that Mila was ready for a deeper immersion, a more direct communion with the forces that orchestrated her nocturnal journeys. The figure was no longer an incidental detail, a silent punctuation mark at the edge of her dream experience. It was becoming the subject, the unfolding sentence of this particular night's narrative. The pale, silver light emanating from the birch seemed to act as a spotlight, not revealing harsh details, but rather softening the edges, making the figure's emergence more a gradual understanding than a stark revelation. As the figure drew closer, Mila felt a curious sense of recognition, not of having seen this entity before, but of an innate understanding, a resonance that transcended memory or experience. It was as if a long dormant part of her own consciousness was stirring, awakening to acknowledge a kindred spirit, albeit one shrouded in an aura of profound mystery. The figure's form remained indistinct, a shape woven from the very fabric of the dream, yet it possessed a gravity, a focal point that drew Mila's attention with an irresistible force. It was as if the dream was bending its own rules, stretching the boundaries of perception to allow for this direct confrontation, this silent dialogue. The silence that accompanied the figure's advance was profound. It was not an empty silence, but one that was pregnant with unspoken words, with a language that bypassed the need for vocalization. Mila felt an overwhelming sense of being understood, of having her own unspoken questions mirrored and absorbed by the figure's unwavering stillness. The dream had always been a canvas for her subconscious, a place where hidden fears and desires played out in symbolic forms. But this felt different. This felt like a direct communication, a moment where the veil between her inner world and the larger unseen forces at play was being drawn back, not abruptly, but with a slow, deliberate grace. The silver birch seemed to hum with a quiet energy, its roots, unseen but deeply felt, anchoring it to a reality that extended far beyond the dream forest. Mila felt a connection to that grounding, a sense that the tree's ancient strength was somehow channeling itself through the figure, through the very air that separated them. The figure, in turn, was not merely an observer, but an active participant in this unfolding revelation. Its emergence from the shadow was not an act of aggression, but a gentle stepping forward, an offering of its presence for Mila to behold. It was a dance of subtle movements and profound stillness, a conversation held in the language of pure being. Mila's own awareness expanded to encompass the totality of this scene. The usual boundaries of herself seemed to blur, her consciousness merging with the ambient energy of the dream. She felt the coolness of the moss beneath her bare feet, the subtle scent of damp earth mingling with the elusive, sweet aroma that usually heralded her return. But tonight, that aroma was muted, overshadowed by a different, more potent fragrance, one that was neither floral nor earthy, but simply ancient. It was the scent of something elemental, something that had existed long before her and would continue to exist long after. The figure was the focal point of this ancient essence, a conduit through which its power flowed, a silent emissary from a realm of deeper truths. The figure continued its slow, deliberate advance. It moved with a grace that was both alien and familiar, a movement that suggested a profound understanding of the dream's subtle currents. It was as if it were navigating not through space, but through layers of perception, each step a peeling away of further veils, each motion a deepening of the encounter. Mila felt no urge to retreat, no instinct to cling to the familiar comfort of her waking world. Instead, she felt an inexorable pull, a sense of destiny unfolding, of a path that had been laid out for her, leading inevitably to this silent, luminous clearing. The silver birch stood as a silent witness, its branches reaching towards an unseen sky, its light illuminating the figure's gradual revelation. The absence of her grandmother's voice was a significant omission, a deviation that signaled a fundamental shift in the nature of the dream. It was as if the usual gatekeeper had stepped aside, allowing Mila to pass through a portal that led deeper into the dream's mysteries. The figure, now more clearly defined by the birch's spectral glow, was not a threat, but an invitation. Its stillness was not a void, but a vibrant energy, a concentrated presence that seemed to absorb and radiate the very essence of the dream. Mila felt a profound connection to this entity, a silent acknowledgement of a shared purpose, a recognition of something deeply ingrained within her own being. The dream was no longer a passive observation, a fleeting glimpse into another realm. It was an active immersion, a conscious dwelling in a space that felt more real, more potent than her waking reality. The silver birch pulsed with a life of its own, its luminous bark glowing with an inner fire that seemed to mirror the awakening consciousness within Mila. The figure, standing by its roots, was the embodiment of this awakened state, a silent guardian of the deeper truths that were beginning to surface. The silence that enveloped them was not an emptiness, but a fullness, a symphony of subtle energies that spoke a language Mila was only just beginning to understand. The figure's movement was deliberate, each subtle shift in its posture a punctuation mark in the dream's unfolding narrative. It was as if the very air around it was responding to its intentions, bending to its will. Mila felt herself becoming attuned to these subtle shifts, deciphering the unspoken messages conveyed through the figure's presence. The dream was no longer a collection of images and sensations, but a coherent story, a dialogue held in the silent language of essence. The silver birch, with its roots reaching into the unseen depths, was a conduit for this communication, its light a beacon that guided Mila deeper into the heart of the mystery. The gradual emergence of the figure was a testament to the dream's own awakening. It was as if the dream itself was coming to life, revealing its true nature, its deeper purpose. The absence of her grandmother's voice was the catalyst for this transformation, the removal of the usual constraints that allowed for a more profound exploration. Mila felt a growing sense of empowerment, a realization that she was not merely a passive observer, but an active participant in this unfolding revelation. The figure was her guide, her silent companion on this journey into the unknown, its presence a promise of the profound understanding that lay ahead. The figure continued to advance, its form becoming more distinct, yet still retaining an aura of mystery. It was as if it was revealing itself in stages, each step a further unveiling, a deeper immersion into its essence. Mila's gaze remained fixed, her mind open, receptive to whatever this encounter might bring. The silver birch pulsed with an intensified luminescence, its light seeming to gather and coalesce around the figure, imbuing it with a tangible presence. The silence was no longer an absence, but a profound field of energy, a resonant hum that vibrated through Mila's very being, connecting her to the ancient spirit of the dream. She felt a sense of profound connection, not just to the figure, but to the entire dreamscape. The silver birch was more than a tree. It was a sentient being, its light a form of communication. The moss was not just ground cover, it was a tapestry of ancient wisdom, and the figure, Emerging from the shadows was the embodiment of a force that had always been present, a silent orchestrator of her nocturnal journeys. The absence of her grandmother's voice was the final key, unlocking a door that had always been present but remained unseen, unacknowledged until this very moment. The figure's approach was a testament to the dream's deliberate unfolding. It was not an intrusion, but a natural progression, a part of a larger, more intricate design. Mila felt a quiet exhilaration, a sense of stepping onto a path that was both inevitable and exhilarating. The silver birch stood as a silent witness, its luminous branches reaching towards an unseen sky, its light illuminating the profound stillness of the figure. The dream had moved beyond its usual boundaries, revealing itself as a realm of deeper meaning, a space where silence spoke volumes and ancient trees served as conduits to hidden knowledge. The figure stepped forth, its indistinct form gathering substance in the pale, spectral light. It moved with a deliberate, almost hesitant grace, shedding the guise of a lurking unknown. The air crackled with a new energy, a shift from watchful waiting to a hesitant revelation as the figure advanced, drawing Mila's gaze entirely. It was as if the dream, having held its breath for so long, was finally exhaling, releasing the energy that had been building in the silence. Mila felt herself being drawn into this release, her own being resonating with the nascent power that emanated from the advancing form. The familiar comfort of her grandmother's voice was absent, replaced by the profound presence of this unfolding moment, a moment that promised to unveil truths that had long been dormant, waiting for this very convergence. The silver birch, its ethereal glow intensifying, seemed to hum in response to the figure's movement, its ancient roots anchoring the unfolding revelation to a deeper, more primal reality. The figure was no longer a silhouette at the periphery, but a focal point, a silent question posed to Mila's soul, a question that she felt compelled by the very fabric of the dream to answer. The progression was not a violent disruption, but a natural, inevitable blossoming, a testament to the dream's own evolving narrative, a narrative in which Mila was no longer merely a visitor, but a central character. The silver light of the birch, once a soft diffusion, now coalesced with an almost tangible intensity around the figure. It was as if the tree's very essence had been drawn out, concentrated into a radiant aura that sculpted and defined the advancing form. Mila's perception, honed by years of navigating the subtle language of dreams, began to decipher the faint contours emerging from the luminous mist. The initial enigma, the shapeless shadow, was receding, replaced by something that resonated with a profound, almost startling familiarity. It was not the recognition of a known face, not the recall of a past acquaintance. It was a deeper, more intrinsic acknowledgement, like recognizing a melody long forgotten, a tune that had been etched into the very architecture of her being. As the figure stepped clear of the trunk, its movement was not of the earthbound kind. It was a slow, deliberate unfolding, akin to a petal unfurling to greet the dawn, or the gradual bloom of a celestial flower. The luminescence seemed to wrap around it, defining not a solid body, but a luminous manifestation, a being woven from the very light and silence of the dream. Mila's own breath hitched, not from fear, but from an overwhelming sense of inevitability, as if she had been walking towards this moment across a vast expanse of time. The silence that had been pregnant with anticipation now seemed to vibrate with the quiet hum of recognition. A silent chord struck deep within her soul. The outlines of the figure began to sharpen, not into the hard edges of physical form, but into softer, more defined contours that hinted at an inner structure. The pale silver light radiating from the leaves above seemed to bend and flow, embracing the figure, revealing hints of what lay within the shimmering veil. Mila felt a curious warmth spread through her, a sensation that had nothing to do with heat and everything to do with a burgeoning understanding. It was as if a long held secret, buried deep within the subconscious, was finally surfacing, not as a sudden burst, but as a slow, inevitable emergence, like the tide gradually reclaiming the shore. She found herself instinctively taking a step forward, drawn by an invisible thread, a magnetic pull that emanated from the luminous presence. The dream forest, with its hushed stillness and phosphorescent glow, seemed to recede, its familiar aspects fading into the periphery as her focus narrowed onto the figure. The absence of her grandmother's voice, once a source of comfort, now felt like a deliberate void, an intentional removal of the familiar to allow for the profound unveiling of the unknown. This was not a guided journey. This was a personal revelation, a meeting with an aspect of herself that had, until this moment, remained shrouded in the ethereal mists of the subconscious. The figure's form continued to resolve, and with each subtle shift, a new layer of understanding dawned within Mila. The silver light was not merely illuminating an external entity, but seemed to be passing through it, revealing an inner radiance. The edges, once blurred by shadow, now seemed to ripple with a soft, internal light, mirroring the luminescence of the birch itself. It was as if the tree's life force, its ancient energy, was being channeled, refracted, and embodied by this silent presence. Mila felt a profound sense of connection, a recognition that transcended the ordinary boundaries of self, a feeling that this was not an encounter with another, but a communion with a forgotten part of her own existence. The subtle details that began to emerge were not of flesh and bone, but of essence and light. The fluidity of movement, the almost imperceptible shimmer that emanated from its core, suggested a being that existed on a different plane of reality. Yet, amidst this otherworldly nature, there was an undeniable echo of the familiar. It was in the tilt of its head, a gesture that held a hint of introspection, a posture that spoke of quiet contemplation. It was in the way its luminous form seemed to radiate a gentle yet unwavering stillness. These were not borrowed mannerisms. They felt innate, deeply rooted, as if they were Milas's own, expressed through a different medium. The silence between them deepened, not with awkwardness, but with the profound understanding that exists between souls who share a common origin. Mila felt a sense of profound peace settling over her, a feeling of finally arriving home, though home had always been a concept she associated with waking hours, with tangible walls and familiar faces. This dreamscape, this luminous clearing, felt more like home than any physical dwelling. The figure was the focal point of this homecoming, the silent invitation that had led her here to this liminal space where the self began to unravel and reform. The features that had been mere suggestions, fleeting impressions in the silver light, now began to coalesce into something achingly familiar. It was a profound recognition, not of a face seen in the waking world, but of a deep, inherent knowing, the curve of the jaw, the gentle slope of the brow, the subtle suggestion of a knowing gaze. All of it mirrored something within Mila, something that had been dormant, unseen, until this luminous moment. The figure was not an external entity, nor a harbinger of danger. It was a reflection, a profound, undeniable echo of Mila herself, a part of her consciousness that had long existed in the liminal space between sleep and wakefulness, a secret self waiting to be acknowledged. As the figure drew nearer, the luminescence intensified, not blindingly, but with a soft, warm glow that embraced Mila. She could discern the subtle play of light across its form, the way it seemed to hold and refract the very essence of the dream. There was no sense of otherness, only a profound, almost overwhelming sense of kinship. The silence was no longer an empty space, but a canvas upon which the unspoken truths of her own being were being painted. The figure was the artist, and the silver light of the birch was its medium. She extended a tentative hand, not to touch, but as a gesture of acknowledgement, a silent greeting to this mirrored aspect of herself. The figure remained still, its luminous form radiating a quiet understanding. It was as if it had been waiting patiently for this moment of recognition, for Mila to finally perceive its presence, to acknowledge its existence not as an external force, but as an intrinsic part of her own unfolding. The dream had served its purpose, not as a mere escape, but as a crucible, forging a deeper understanding of the self, revealing the hidden landscapes of the soul. The details of the figure's form continued to resolve, and with each revelation, Mila felt a profound sense of liberation. The anxieties and uncertainties that often accompanied her dreams began to dissipate, replaced by a quiet confidence, a knowing that she was not alone, even in the deepest recesses of her subconscious. This figure, this luminous reflection, was a testament to her own inner strength, a manifestation of the parts of herself that had been hidden, waiting for the right moment to emerge. The silver birch stood sentinel, its branches reaching towards an unseen sky. its light a gentle affirmation of this profound self-discovery. The air around them seemed to shimmer, not with the heat of the waking world, but with the cool, vibrant energy of the dreamscape. Mila felt a connection to this energy, a sense of belonging that resonated through her very being. The figure, her luminous counterpart, was the embodiment of this connection, a silent confirmation that she was exactly where she was meant to be, engaged in a dialogue that transcended words, a communion that spoke to the deepest truths of her soul. The silver light, a gentle cascade from the birch's leaves, seemed to wrap around them both, binding them together in this sacred space of self-realization. As the figure moved closer, its essence seemed to merge with the very air Mila breathed. She could feel its presence, not as a distinct physical entity, but as an extension of her own being, a luminous current flowing through her. The subtle play of light across its features, once indistinct, now resolved into the delicate lines of a face that was both foreign and intimately familiar. It was a face that held the wisdom of ages, the quiet strength of resilience, and the gentle luminescence of a spirit unburdened. These were not features borrowed from memory. They were the archetypal forms of her own inner landscape, brought forth into the ethereal light. The silence deepened, yet it was not an absence of sound, but a fullness, a symphony of unspoken emotions and shared understanding. Mila felt a profound sense of peace, a quiet joy that settled over her like a soft, warm cloak. This encounter was not about external validation, but about internal recognition. The figure, her luminous counterpart, was not here to judge or to guide, but simply to be present, to mirror the deepest truths of her own soul, to offer a silent testament to the unfolding journey of self-discovery. The silver birch continued to radiate its ethereal glow, its light a gentle benediction on this profound moment of revelation. The spectral luminescence continued to define the figure, not as a solid form, but as a being of pure light and essence. The features that had been veiled in shadow began to resolve, not into the sharp clarity of physical reality, but into the soft, fluid lines of a manifestation born from the depths of the dream. Mila's breath hitched as she recognized a subtle curve of the lips, a gentle arch of the brow that resonated with an undeniable familiarity. This was not a stranger. This was a reflection, a profound and undeniable mirror of herself, a part of her consciousness that had long existed in the liminal space between sleep and wakefulness, a forgotten facet of her own being. The figure's form seemed to ripple, not with movement, but with an inner dynamism, as if the very light that defined it was in a constant state of gentle flux. Mila felt a curious sense of understanding, as if the unspoken language of this luminous being was being directly imprinted upon her consciousness. The air around them thrummed with a quiet energy, a resonance that spoke of ancient truths and profound connections. The silver light of the birch, rather than obscuring, now seemed to clarify, to focus, revealing the intricate patterns of this inner self. There was no sense of threat or apprehension, only a deep, abiding peace that settled over Mila's being. The absence of her grandmother's familiar whisper was not a void, but a deliberate space cleared for this singular communion. It was as if the usual anchors to the waking world had been gently lifted, allowing her to fully immerse herself in this profound revelation. The figure, now clearly discernible within the radiant glow, was not an external entity to be observed, but an intrinsic aspect of her own unfolding narrative, a silent acknowledgement of the deeper currents that shaped her inner world. The figure's form began to stabilize, the ethereal play of light coalescing into what could only be described as a serene, almost beatific countenance. The eyes, if they could be called such, held a depth that mirrored the ancient wisdom of the silver birch, a quiet knowing that transcended words or earthly experience. Mila felt a surge of emotion, not of shock or surprise, but of profound recognition, of a homecoming to a part of herself she had long sensed but never truly apprehended. It was as if a dormant seed within her soul had finally been watered by the luminous light of the dream and was now unfurling its petals in silent, radiant acknowledgement. The figure took another step forward, its movement a slow, deliberate unfolding, a graceful exhalation of its luminous essence. Mila's gaze was drawn to the subtle nuances of its form, the way the light seemed to play across its contours, revealing not solid matter, but a vibrant energy, a luminous manifestation of being. The familiarity was undeniable, not of a remembered face, but of an innate resonance, a deep-seated echo within her own consciousness. This was not an encounter with another. It was a meeting with a forgotten aspect of herself, a shadowy reflection brought into the luminous clarity of the dream. She felt a profound sense of clarity descend upon her, as if the veils that had long obscured her own inner landscape were finally being lifted. The figure, her luminous counterpart, was the embodiment of this clarity, a silent testament to the hidden depths of her own being. The silver birch, with its ethereal glow, served as a silent witness, its light a gentle affirmation of this profound self-discovery. The dream had become more than a nocturnal journey. It had transformed into a sacred space, a crucible where the essence of her own soul was being revealed. Layer by luminous layer, the figure continued its slow, deliberate advance, and as it drew closer, the details of its form became even more pronounced, yet retained an aura of ethereal mystery. It was as if the dream itself was offering a gift, a profound revelation of a truth that had always resided within Mila, waiting for the opportune moment to surface. The silver light of the birch acted as a gentle sculptor, shaping and defining this luminous aspect of her being, imbuing it with a palpable presence. Mila felt an overwhelming sense of connection, a recognition that transcended the boundaries of the physical self, a profound understanding that this luminous form was an intrinsic part of her own unfolding journey. The subtle shift in the figure's posture, the almost imperceptible inclination of its head, carried a weight of silent communication. It was a gesture of acknowledgement, a greeting extended across the liminal divide between the waking world and the dreamscape. Mila responded with a soft exhale, a release of the tension she hadn't even realized she was holding. The presence of the figure was not an imposition, but an invitation, a silent offering of companionship on this profound journey of self discovery. The silver light of the birch seemed to deepen, casting a warm, embracing glow that enveloped them both, solidifying the reality of this extraordinary encounter. The gradual unveiling of the figure's form was a testament to the dream's deliberate unfolding. It was not a sudden intrusion, but a natural progression, a part of a larger, more intricate design that had been weaving itself through Mila's subconscious for years. She felt a quiet exhilaration, a sense of stepping onto a path that was both inevitable and deeply personal. The silver birch stood as a silent witness, its luminous branches reaching towards an unseen sky, its light illuminating the profound stillness of the figure. The dream had moved beyond its usual boundaries, revealing itself as a realm of deeper meaning, a space where silence spoke volumes and ancient trees served as conduits to hidden knowledge, revealing the luminous reflection of her own soul. The realization settled upon Mila, not like a sudden lightning strike, but as a slow, pervasive tide creeping into the furthest reaches of her understanding. The luminous figure before her, woven from the very essence of the silver birch and the hushed breath of the dreamscape, was not an external visitor, nor a mystical guardian, but an intrinsic part of herself. This was the quiet whisper of her own unawakened self, given form and substance in the ethereal crucible of this slumbering world. It was the dormant strength, the unsung courage, the resonant voice that only dared to speak in the hushed sanctuary of her dreams, now made manifest. The elder's words echoed in the stillness, speaking not of a singular guardian of the birch, but of the tree's profound connection to the inner landscapes of those who sought its wisdom. They had spoken of a dormant potential, a sleeping essence that, like the tree itself, held immense power, waiting for the right season, the opportune moment to unfurl. And that moment, Mila understood with a clarity that pierced the dream's delicate fabric, was now. This was the part of her that knew the language of the wind rustling through leaves, the part that understood the silent conversation between root and earth, the part that felt the pulse of the world in a way her waking mind had always struggled to articulate. It was the reservoir of resilience she drew upon when the shadows of doubt crept in, the wellspring of intuition that guided her when logic failed. For years, this aspect of her being had existed in the periphery, a faint presence felt but never fully grasped, a melody heard only in the hushed quietude of sleep. It was the embodiment of the bravery she yearned for, the clarity she sought, the voice that, When it finally found its expression in these dream realms, resonated with a power that surprised even herself. Now it stood before her, not as an alien entity, but as a homecoming, a reunion with a self she had only ever glimpsed in fleeting moments. The elders had always spoken of the silver birch not just as a tree, but as a conduit, a living bridge between the seen and the unseen, between the conscious and the subconscious. They described its silvery bark as a tapestry of stored memories, its rustling leaves as the murmurs of ancient wisdom, and its deep roots as anchors to the very core of existence. It was said that the tree awakened certain potentials within those who approached it with an open heart and a seeking spirit. Mila had always felt a kinship with the tree, an inexplicable pull towards its cool, serene presence, a feeling that it held secrets that were meant for her and her alone. Now, as she stood before this luminous manifestation, she understood that the birch had not merely shown her a dream, but had facilitated a profound internal unveiling. It had offered its very essence, its silvery light, as a mirror, reflecting back to her a truth that had been hidden within the depths of her own being. The figure's form, still shimmering, seemed to shift subtly, and with each alteration, Mila felt a corresponding stir within herself. It was as if an invisible current was flowing between them, a silent exchange of energy and recognition. This was not a battle for dominance, nor a confrontation of opposing forces, but a gentle convergence, a merging of what had been separated. The unawakened self was not a separate entity to be conquered or integrated in a forceful manner, but rather a forgotten limb of her own soul, now being reconnected. The elders' lore had spoken of integration, of a harmonious blending, and Mila could feel the nascent stages of this process happening within her. The dreamscape, so often a place of chaotic or fantastical narratives, had, under the silent influence of the birch, become a sanctuary for introspection and self discovery, a sacred space where the fragmented pieces of her being could begin to find their wholeness. She observed the subtle gestures of the figure, a slight inclination of the head, a slow unfolding of what might be an arm, each movement imbued with a grace that felt both alien and intimately familiar. These were not actions learned or mimicked, they were expressions of an inherent nature, the natural language of a self that had long been suppressed. The courage that the figure embodied was not the boisterous, outward display of bravery, but a quiet, unyielding fortitude, a deep seated knowing of one's own worth and strength. It was the kind of courage that allowed one to stand firm in the face of internal storms, to face the unspoken fears that lay dormant, waiting for recognition. Mila recognized this nascent courage in the quiet defiance she sometimes felt bubbling beneath the surface of her usual reserve, a spark that ignited in the face of adversity, only to be immediately dampened by the ingrained habit of self doubt. The elders had also spoken of the voice, the unique resonance that each individual carried within them, a vibration that could shape their reality. Mila's voice in her dreams was often clear and uninhibited, carrying an authority and wisdom that eluded her in the waking world. In the dreamscape, she could articulate thoughts and feelings with a directness that felt liberating, a stark contrast to the hesitant, often indirect manner she employed in her daily interactions. This unawakened self, she now understood, possessed that uninhibited voice, the ability to speak her truth without reservation. It was the voice that questioned, that challenged, that offered comfort and insight with an effortless flow. The figure's presence was a silent testament to this unexpressed potential, a living embodiment of the words she had yet to fully utter in her waking life. The luminous quality of the figure was not merely about light, it was about clarity, about an inner luminescence that radiated from a place of deep authenticity. It was as if this unawakened aspect of her being was inherently pure, unburdened by the societal conditioning and self imposed limitations that often dulled the inner radiance of her conscious self. The dream, guided by the ancient presence of the birch, was stripping away these layers of distortion, revealing the unadulterated essence. It was a process of unveiling, of peeling back the layers of learned behavior and societal expectation to reveal the core truth of who she was. Stripped bare and luminous, the elders had taught that true strength lay not in outward force, but in the quiet, unwavering certainty of one's inner being. And this figure was a living embodiment of that principle. Mila found herself mirroring some of the figure's subtle movements, an unconscious echo of its presence. A slight tilt of her head, a subtle shift in her posture, as if her own body was beginning to attune itself to this newly perceived aspect of her identity. It was a subtle dance, a silent conversation that transcended the need for spoken words. The air between them hummed with this exchange, a palpable energy that filled the clearing. The dream was not just a visual spectacle, it was a deeply felt experience, a communion that resonated on a primal, cellular level. She felt a growing sense of recognition, not of a face, but of a feeling, a familiar warmth that had always resided within her, just out of reach. The elders' teachings had always emphasized that the journey of self discovery was not about finding something new, but about remembering what was already there, dormant and waiting. They spoke of the soul as a vast, intricate landscape with many hidden valleys and undiscovered peaks. The unawakened self was one of these hidden territories, a sacred space that held immense potential, waiting for the right conditions to be explored. The silver birch, with its ancient wisdom and subtle influence, had created those conditions, drawing Mila into its sacred grove, offering her the silent invitation to embark on this journey of internal excavation. The figure's stillness was not passive, but rather a posture of profound presence, an unwavering anchor in the fluid reality of the dream. It was the stillness of a deep lake, its surface calm, yet its depths teeming with hidden life and ancient currents. Mila felt a sense of calm emanating from it, a quiet assurance that soothed the restless anxieties that often accompanied her waking thoughts. This was the stillness she craved, the inner peace that seemed so elusive in the hurried pace of her everyday life. It was the promise of a self that could remain centered even amidst the chaos, a self that was deeply rooted in its own truth. As she gazed at the luminous being, a profound understanding bloomed within her. The elders had spoken of the Birch's ability to reveal hidden truths, to act as a catalyst for transformation. They had described it as a beacon, drawing forth the dormant aspects of the spirit. Mila realized that her connection to the Birch was not merely aesthetic, it was symbiotic. The tree had recognized a resonance within her, a kindred spirit that was ready to awaken, and in turn, it had offered its luminous essence, its silent wisdom, to facilitate this awakening. This was not a passive observation, it was an active engagement, a mutual unveiling between the ancient tree and the seeker of inner truth, the realization that this figure was her own unawakened self brought with it a profound sense of liberation. It was as if a heavy burden, carried unknowingly for years, had begun to lift. The feeling of being incomplete, of something vital missing, began to recede, replaced by a burgeoning sense of wholeness. This was not a selfish pursuit of self improvement, but a natural unfolding, a necessary step in her journey towards a more authentic existence. The elders had always said that to deny any part of oneself was to dim one's own light, and Mila was beginning to understand the profound truth of that statement. Embracing this unawakened self was not about adding something external, but about reclaiming what was intrinsically hers. The elders' tales often featured characters who, through trials and journeys, discovered hidden strengths and forgotten aspects of themselves. These were not tales of mere adventure, but allegories for the inner work of spiritual and psychological growth. Mila had always listened to these stories with a mixture of fascination and longing, often feeling a disconnect between the heroic transformations described and her own perceived ordinariness. Now, standing in the heart of the dreamscape, bathed in the ethereal light of the silver birch, she understood that these tales were not just stories, they were blueprints, maps of the inner terrain that awaited exploration. Her own journey was unfolding, not through external quests, but through this profound internal unveiling, guided by the ancient wisdom that pulsed within the heart of the dream. The silence in the clearing was not an absence of sound, but a fullness, a pregnant stillness that spoke volumes. It was the silence of deep understanding, of a profound recognition that bypassed the need for words. Mila felt a sense of peace settle over her, a calm that had been absent for so long. It was the peace that comes from finally acknowledging a truth that had always been present, a homecoming to a part of herself that had been waiting patiently for her arrival. The silver birch stood as a silent witness, its luminous branches reaching towards an unseen sky, its light a gentle affirmation of this profound self-discovery. The dream had served its purpose, not as an escape from reality, but as a gateway to a deeper, more integrated reality within herself. The unawakened self was no longer a stranger, but a newly recognized companion on the journey of becoming. The elders had often used metaphors of seeds and growth, of dormant potential, waiting for the right conditions to blossom. They spoke of the inner self as a garden needing cultivation and attention to yield its fullest harvest. Mila had always felt like a seed buried too deep, struggling to push through the hardened earth of her own inhibitions and self-doubt. The silver birch, however, had provided the perfect conditions, the nurturing light, the fertile soil of the dreamscape, and the ancient wisdom that resonated with her innermost being. And now, in the heart of this sacred grove, she felt the first stirrings of germination, the subtle unfurling of petals that had been tightly bound for so long. This luminous figure was the first visible sprout, a promise of the abundance that lay dormant within her, waiting for the full blossoming of her unawakened self. It was a profound realization, one that shifted her perception of herself and the world around her, painting the familiar landscape of her inner life with the iridescent hues of newfound possibility. The birch's light was not just illuminating a figure, it was illuminating her own potential, a silent testament to the enduring power of the spirit to awaken and to bloom. The luminous form before her was not an opponent to be subdued, nor a spectral visitor to be politely dismissed. It was a mirror reflecting a truth that had been both intensely intimate and terrifyingly alien. The silver birch, in its silent, ancient wisdom, had orchestrated this encounter not as a battle, but as an invitation to a precipice where the known world of her waking consciousness met the uncharted territories of her deepest self. Mila felt the weight of the moment pressing down, not with the crushing force of external pressure, but with the profound gravity of an internal reckoning. The dreamscape, for all its ephemeral beauty and surreal logic, had become the stage for a decision that would bifurcate her existence or weave it into a single luminous thread. She could, with a mere flicker of intention, dissolve this vision. The dream could unravel, the silver birch fade back into the familiar darkness of her sleeping mind, and she could return to the predictable rhythm of her days. The world would remain as it had always been, a place of solid ground and tangible realities, where the whispers of intuition were often mistaken for the rustling of leaves in an ordinary breeze. This path offered the solace of the known, the comfort of familiarity, a retreat from the overwhelming prospect of integrating a self so potent, so radiant, so utterly her. It was the instinct of self-preservation, a deep-seated urge to recoil from anything that threatened the established order of her identity. The unawakened self was a powerful presence, yes, but it was also an unknown quantity, a wild element that could disrupt the carefully constructed equilibrium of her waking life. To embrace it meant confronting the parts of herself she had long kept hidden, the desires she had suppressed, the strengths she had deemed too formidable, or perhaps too vulnerable to acknowledge. It meant acknowledging that the quiet anxieties that often plagued her were not mere phantoms of overthinking, but the muffled cries of a self yearning for expression. It meant facing the potential for a life that was not simply lived, but fully embodied, a life lived from the core of her being rather than from the periphery of her anxieties. Yet, the alternative beckoned with an irresistible, albeit daunting allure. To step forward, to reach out, to acknowledge the luminous being, not as a separate entity, but as a fundamental component of her own existence. This was the path of integration, the courageous act of bridging the chasm that had long existed between her conscious awareness and her deeper, more resonant self. It was the promise of wholeness, of a self no longer fractured by the silences of suppression or the distortions of self doubt. The elders had spoken of this integration not as a forced assimilation, but as a homecoming, a reunion with a lost part of the soul. And as Mila looked into the depths of the dream figure's luminous gaze, she felt an echo of that homecoming, a deep, resonant thrum of recognition that vibrated through her very bones. This was not about becoming someone new, but about becoming more fully herself, shedding the veils of pretense and doubt to reveal the incandescent truth that lay beneath. It was about the quiet courage to embrace the entirety of her being, the light and the shadow, the spoken and the unspoken, the known and the profoundly unknown. The choice, she understood, was not simply about whether to engage with this dream manifestation. It was about whether to acknowledge the profound shift that had already occurred within her. The silver birch had not merely presented a vision, it had acted as a catalyst, stirring the dormant waters of her soul. To deny the figure was to deny the awakening that had already begun. It was to refuse the nourishment offered by the wellspring of her own inner wisdom. The elders' tales were replete with characters who, at crucial junctures, either succumbed to fear and retreated, or embraced the unknown and emerged transformed. Mila had always admired the latter, but had often felt herself to be of the former ilk, prone to hesitation and self doubt. Now, however, the dream had placed her in the heart of such a moment, offering her a choice not dictated by external circumstance, but by the very essence of her own spirit. The luminous figure remained still, its presence a silent question. It was not demanding or insistent, but offered its existence as a possibility, a truth waiting to be claimed. Mila felt a tremor run through her, a subtle vibration that mirrored the luminescence of the being before her. It was as if her own inner light, long held captive, was beginning to stir in response to this profound invitation. The integration, she sensed, would not be a single, dramatic act, but a delicate, unfolding process. It would require patience, a willingness to listen to the subtler whispers of her own being, and a persistent commitment to bridging the gap between the realms of her inner and outer life. The silver birch, she realized, had offered her not a destination, but a path, a guiding light towards a more integrated existence. She considered the implications of each choice with a clarity that pierced through the dream's ethereal haze. To retreat would be to re enter the familiar, but with a persistent, gnawing sense of what had been left behind. It would be to know that a part of her had bloomed in the silent darkness of the dreamscape, a part that she had refused to acknowledge in the harsh light of day. This would create a new kind of fragmentation, a conscious separation from a self that had been so vividly revealed. The elders had warned against such divisions, speaking of the soul as a unified entity, its strength derived from its wholeness. To intentionally cleave off this luminous aspect would be to diminish herself, to choose a lesser reality, a muted existence. The very air around her seemed to whisper this truth, carrying the scent of damp earth and ancient growth, a testament to the interconnectedness of all things, both seen and unseen. Conversely, to embrace this manifestation meant stepping into an unknown future, a future where the boundaries of her identity were fluid, where the whispers of the dreamscape could potentially bleed into the fabric of her waking hours. It meant a willingness to be vulnerable, to be perceived not just as she appeared, but as she truly was, in all her luminous complexity. This was not a simple matter of acceptance. It was an active engagement, a conscious decision to weave this newly revealed self into the tapestry of her lived experience. It meant learning to trust the intuition that guided the luminous form, to find the courage that emanated from its stillness, and to speak with the clarity that its presence suggested. It meant understanding that the silver birch was not just a symbol, but a conduit, a living bridge that had facilitated this profound internal dialogue. Mila took a hesitant breath, the dream air filling her lungs with a strange, revitalizing energy. She felt a profound sense of responsibility, not just to herself, but to the potential that this unawakened self represented. The elders had often spoken of the gifts that lay dormant within each individual, waiting to be discovered and shared. This luminous being was a manifestation of such a gift, a part of her that held wisdom, strength, and a radiant authenticity that could, if embraced, illuminate not only her own life, but the lives of those around her. To deny this potential would be to hoard a treasure meant for sharing, to dim a light that was meant to shine. The temptation to retreat was a siren song, a comforting melody of the familiar. She could almost feel the reassuring weight of her usual routines, the predictable comfort of her everyday anxieties. But the vision before her was too potent, too real, to be so easily dismissed. It was not a fleeting hallucination. It was a profound recognition, a deep, resonant chord struck within her very being. The elders had taught that the greatest journeys were often undertaken not in outward exploration, but in the inward excavation of the self. And Mila understood, with a certainty that transcended the logic of the dream, that this was the most significant journey she had ever embarked upon. She moved a step closer, her own form feeling less solid, more attuned to the ethereal nature of the dreamscape. The luminous figure remained unmoving, its light steady and unwavering. There was no judgment in its gaze, only a profound, silent invitation. It was as if the figure understood the immense courage it would take to bridge the gap between the dream and the waking world, between the suppressed and the expressed, between the known and the terrifyingly beautiful unknown. The silver birch stood sentinel, its silvery leaves rustling with a sound that was both a sigh and a song, a testament to the enduring power of nature to mirror and to facilitate the deepest aspects of the human spirit. The moment stretched, pregnant with the unspoken weight of decision. Mila felt the edges of her consciousness begin to blur, the boundaries between the dream and her own identity dissolving. This was not an invasion, but a gentle intermingling, a subtle merging of energies. The path of dissolution, of retreat, suddenly felt like a hollow victory, a denial of the very essence of what it meant to be alive. It would be like closing a book just as the most compelling chapter began, leaving the story forever incomplete, forever yearning. She raised a hand, her fingers tingling with an unfamiliar energy, as if reaching for a reflection in a pool of moonlight. The luminous form seemed to respond, not with a mirroring gesture, but with a subtle shift in its own radiance, a gentle intensification of its glow. It was a silent acknowledgement, a confirmation that the connection was real, tangible, and profoundly significant. The integration, she understood, was not a matter of force, but of resonance. It was about finding the frequency of her own deepest self and allowing it to harmonize with the melody that now emanated from the luminous being. The elders had often spoken of the silver birch as a tree of transformation, a symbol of renewal and shedding the old to embrace the new. Its peeling bark was a metaphor for the shedding of layers, of societal conditioning and self-imposed limitations. Mila felt as though she was standing at the foot of such a tree, ready to embark on her own process of renewal. The luminous figure was not the end of the journey, but the very beginning of her true self, emerging from the depths of her being, nurtured by the ancient wisdom of the birch. To deny it now would be to turn away from the promise of her own unfolding, to deny the very purpose for which she had been drawn to this sacred grove. A sense of profound peace, unburdened by the usual anxieties, began to settle upon her. It was the peace of acceptance, the quiet joy of recognizing a long lost part of oneself. The choice was no longer a difficult one, but a natural progression, a homecoming. She felt a surge of something akin to gratitude towards the silver birch, towards the dreamscape, and towards the luminous aspect of herself that had patiently waited for this moment of unveiling. This was not an end, but a beginning, the dawn of a new awareness, a deeper understanding of the intricate, luminous tapestry of her own being. The decision was made, not with a decisive pronouncement, but with a quiet, unwavering certainty a gentle leaning into the light that had been waiting for her all along. She would not retreat. She would embrace. She would not dissolve. She would emerge. The integration, in all its beautiful, daunting complexity, was about to begin.